Hello. Oh, what are you doing in Japan? How did you find the person and set that up? This was gonna be a vegan stream. Should we go get a debate started? I got voice chat ready. Got push to talk button and everything. Like loop back should work. I did it like this, Justin. I just picked a bunch of apps and made a loop back for them, and then put a mic aux 4 for that and OBS, and it works okay, apparently. Audio hijack with Discord directly seems to cause problems like echo. You have to either use like system sound or loop back, and then it seems to work okay. So yeah, I just have mute while capturing off on everything, so instead of having the monitor, which would also work, um, it's just the audio goes into this channel as like an extra thing. So it also goes to my headphones. Alright, well, before I close it, this is a good link. I used that on Discord a few minutes ago. I brought up abortion and DDT, but no one seems to want to debate. I'll have to go on the Ask Yourself server, but before I forget, I was going to make a couple more edits to this. Okay, so this Ulysses. I wanted to change this part. I thought this part wasn't good enough. I was gonna do more like, as you can see, Reisman does write about individual interest. Something like that, but better. To like summarize what you just read and why it matters. Like saying Kirzner's criticisms don't fit. It's like semi-summarizing because it's saying there are these criticisms, and if you actually look at the book, it's different. But I think I can do better than that. I thought this was one of the worst paragraphs in the article. I made edits last night, by the way. I made significant edits to a couple sections. I think it was this section and this section. Micro, macro, and marginal utility. I think those were the ones where I did the most editing, so I should reread those. Oh, and the conclusion. I added to the conclusion a bit. I had to reword it. So I said I haven't found a correct criticism. Yeah, I know, you mentioned that one confused you. Right, I didn't want to have to list every criticism I found. Because Alan found that other one. So I didn't want to say like, here's a complete list of criticisms I've found because of the deflation one. So instead of adding the deflation one, I changed the wording a bit. And I changed the text about like the standard of error. I just removed that. I didn't want it to be too defensive. Like I wanted to bring up no known major errors, but I didn't want to say like, I don't know, everyone's not perfect. So you shouldn't hold Reisman to that standard. So by the right standard, he's good. Like, you know, something like that is getting too defensive preemptively based on an epistemology most people don't even know about. So I shortened it a bit and made it simpler. So I thought, yeah, these two sentences basically get the point across really quickly. No known major errors. No one has discovered and explained one. So we should accept it as best econ knowledge. Anyway, so I was at the aggregate section. I changed the word significant attention to considerable attention. I wasn't sure which one was better. Neither one's perfect. I just wanted, like, I want a qualifier because I want to say it's like he puts a significant amount, like a big amount of attention. It's not a minor theme, it's a major theme. So I have considerable. I'll thesaurus list real quick. Sizable. Nah, I think I'll just stick with considerable. True veritas. Right.
Thank you very much for having me.
Alright, this seems okay, except I'm not sure about this individual issues and perspectives. Like, maybe I should just pick one word and maybe a different word. So what does Kirzner actually say? Alright, I think that's decent. I'll reread the two I think I edited besides conclusion. Maybe I should reverse order on this. Yeah, so first belief that say what the belief is, and then comma in some cases. This whole sentence is a little wordy. I think I can delete Reisman's. Putting the in some cases second is like a little unusual, so I think the italics will help. Because it's like I make the unqualified claim and then I add a qualifier afterwards, but I think it makes the sentence flow better. I have this like hedging because Kirzner's so vague, so I'm like seems to disagree with. Is this just pronounced Eugene, but it's spelled differently? I was thinking Eugene, but I thought I better look it up. Anyways, I'm gonna first name him the first time I mention it. I'm not gonna first name Jevons, though. Well, maybe I should. Right. Just a William Stanley him, or just William? Now, whatever, I'm not gonna bother. He's pretty tangential. I'm gonna first name this spot instead, I think, even though it comes second, because it's not in a parenthetical and it's where I introduce him. This is like slightly out of order, but I think it's okay. Okay, micro macro. Well, that's a lot of commas. Alright, so yeah, I can just delete that stuff. Alright, there we go. I think I used the right hotkey. But I set it up different on this computer and on my laptop, so I'm actually gonna go change that. Wait, what? Could not load keyboard preferences pane? What the fuck is this? I quit. Does it work now? Oh, okay. That was weird. No, shortcuts, that was the one. App shortcuts. Alright, those are the hotkeys I used on my laptop. Command Option C, we should now have Markdown. TextMate. Kirzner review. Save. Alright, deployed that. Should update in like a minute. Oh, yeah, there's this comment. I actually misread this a bit. Or maybe I read a different quote, but I had this one highlighted. But this doesn't say that the static memes inhibit each other's replication. It says static memes inhibit rational memes replication and vice versa. I think when he says the ability of the culture as a whole to propagate itself, he means the opposite culture. Anyways. Oh, it doesn't. Right, okay, so I totally misread here. Alright, let's actually read this. Yeah, but so there's a reason for this, but there's also generality and reach and stuff. And so I think it's not all that finely tuned, even though there's advantages to having it be more finely tuned. No, long-lived religions absolutely cause general gullibility. Alright, good enough. Alright, let's refresh the page. What was something I edited? It was... this. Okay, yeah, good. Page updated, looks good. Alright, how do I get a debate going? I could do this. Yo.
Hello. So you have time to discuss this right now?
Yeah. Need to make this guy louder. Just max him. See if that helps. I should put in a second headphone, maybe that'll help. Wait, why is he saying link to original? Oh, maybe he's talking to the other person. New mentions? Announcements? Oh,
I'm not
like
sure
a lot
I
of
have
people.
time to debate right now, but if it's going to be quick, I could do it maybe. I don't know if someone else wants to take an arm, or else I can do it.
Alright, well we can just get started and see how it goes. If we don't finish, no problem.
Yeah, so I guess like the big thing is maybe there's some maybe there's some like apprentices or adepts in here who are interested in discussing the topic in more detail, or maybe if InSup is around and able to carry out the debate. But so you've read the name the trade argument, right? You have that available.
Not really. I think I get the point, but
well,
I don't know like a specific essay.
Oh, there's no essay. There's just like a modus ponens. So the argument, and it's in a much simpler form than the form that SSL presents for a wider audience. Is just that if you're unable to name a trait that is different between the animal and the human, that would confer a difference in moral evaluation, then your moral evaluation ends up containing a contradiction.
Yeah, I
so you're going to have to name some kind of trait that's true of the animal that, if true of the human, would justify killing it the same way that we do.
Yeah.
So what kind of things might you posit for that, do you think?
Intelligence.
Just simply intelligence?
Yeah, so in my view, intelligence is a binary trait. Like either you have it or you don't. But also, within that, if you have it, like some people are better at using it, they have more knowledge, so they come off as smarter. So that's why people see intelligence differences in humans.
Right, okay, so it's a binary trait. So, like, what what do you mean by it then? So it is binary, but what else could you point to at it? So, for example, like, what is it that gives something intelligence versus something that doesn't have it? That isn't just pointing to examples, if that's possible.
Yeah, the trait is the ability to create knowledge, the ability to learn, which is done by evolution of ideas within the mind.
Okay, so there's what seems to be some rather private uses of some words going on here, but I kind of think I get what you mean. You just think that they're capable of like using some kind of rationality.
That's the rough idea.
Right, okay. Do you think that there are some humans that are incapable of this, or is this a thing that is true of all humans?
I think it's true of approximately all humans, but there are cases like people in a long-term coma where we can have doubts.
Right, but like, so for example, like what about someone with like anencephaly, or like someone that's like severely mentally disabled? Like for example, I don't know if someone wants to post like a Bree video, for example. Do you think that someone like Bree is consistent with these views?
So I watched a Bree video the other day. My general impression, if the evidence is correct, is Bree did not look intelligent. But I think Bree's mother is an unreliable source.
Right, wait, but just to be clear, you think that like it would be fine to do the kinds of things that we do to female cows to breathe? If someone can just post like some photos of the kinds of things that we do to female cows, and then a photo of Bree next to that, I just want that juxtaposition before we move on. I want him to agree with that juxtaposition.
Okay, so assuming Bree is not intelligent and the evidence is roughly accurate, even though it's not scientifically documented, we have an unreliable narrator, etc., then in principle it's okay. However, it's hard to tell what's intelligent or not in borderline cases.
Right, but just to be clear, I think that you're sort of doing a dodge there, which I'm not going to allow for the moment. I want you to just agree for the moment that the person in the video we just posted there is the kind of person where it's okay to do the kinds of things we do to female cows. And if it's not the case that that's okay, then we need to figure out what is it that makes it not okay to do that to her. But if it is okay, I mean, I guess that's just sort of.
I think it's okay in principle if we were confident enough, but I think the science is not far enough along to be sure that when we have human genes, there isn't intelligence, because we know human genes are capable of creating an intelligent mind.
Wait, but so what is specific about human genes versus, say, something like cow genes?
Well, in the vast majority of cases, human genes create an intelligent mind, whereas we've never seen an intelligent cow. So that's why I'd be careful when there are human genes involved.
Right. I mean, we could be careful in that sense, but it seems like it's just some kind of special pleading at this point, though. Like, I'm interested in why, or what you could do to differentiate between like a cow mind and a Bree mind. Like, for example, if I didn't give you access to seeing what species they were, I didn't give you access to, say, looking at their physical form, so you couldn't easily tell that one is a certain kind of species or whatever. Like anything that would allow you to pick out their species root. If I just gave you, an interface with their mind, whether you're talking to them or you have like a list of like their behavior, written out for you, like what might you select out of that?
No, I agree
that's gonna rescue Bree.
I'm not trying to differentiate Bree from a cow in principle. I'm just saying because of scientific limitations, we should be careful in certain limited cases. So, for example, I think a lot of people believed Helen Keller was not intelligent, and it turned out they were wrong. So we have to be careful about that kind of judgment.
Right, but why are we being careful in the human case, but not in the cow case? What's the the point is that you've accepted readily that as far as behavior is concerned, there's a symmetrical case between Bree and between cows, and in fact there was a moment where you seemed to be willing to accept that it's okay for me to systematically rape and torture and kill Bree. But then there was this moment where you say that no, we have to be careful in the human case. But as I pointed out, we can get to places where I've removed all of your capacity for knowing that Bree is a human and this other object is a cow, and all I would be giving you is the set of their behavior, the ways in which we can interface with their minds. And so what you need to do is be able to give me some property or some symmetry breaker between the Bree case and the cow case, or the cow case and in fact just a very, very large percentage of people who have a very, very, very simple behavior. Otherwise, right? All that you're doing here is just a form of special pleading.
Right. So I do not have a in principle symmetry breaker between the hypothetical what we're assuming Bree is.
What do you? But like, so one thing that you've done a few times in this debate is you keep on saying you use this term as in principle, and to me it's sort of like hand waving away the fact that you're very much in a sticky situation here. I mean, we can start talking about how you act or how your intuitions are leaning for the moment, but really, I think the principle is what's interesting. And so if you can't confer a principle, again, you're just really, when you say in principle, I can't do that, but that is just to concede that you're doing a level of special pleading. You do need an in principle symmetry breaker, or else you're running a huge risk here in your view.
Yeah, the problem, if you don't understand this, Curi, a bunch of people have walked you through this, and you seem to really have trouble wrapping your head around it. So I'm just going to say it once nice and clearly for you, okay? What you're doing is you're giving an answer in principle, which is a dodge, right? You're saying in principle the symmetry breaker would be this, but in practice you're actually making the differentiation, so there should be one that you know of. So saying, oh, in principle it would be this doesn't explain to us what you're using in practice to differentiate from between the two cases. So what is it that you're using there?
Okay, so legal systems and philosophy often don't match and shouldn't match. There are different standards for how we design laws and how we think about things intellectually.
Just doesn't answer when you ask him things. So what's the answer, Curi?
The answer to what? Philosophy or legal?
Well,
did you not? I guess I'll let Bryn talk. We've said the same thing. We're just not tracking the question. You're answering in principle. That's a red herring. We're not asking you what in principle it would be. Right. In practice, you're making the differentiation. So what is the basis for that?
Right.
That's the question.
Right. We're not asking for in principle philosophical.
And what
in principle legal view, we're asking for your view, right?
And what I would suggest doing here, Bryn, is sometimes when someone keeps making the same error, you need to give the error a label so you can just reference it every time they make it. Just call it the in principle dodge every time he does it. Right. Is how I would.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's just we're not looking for some kind of obscure philosophical principle. We're not looking for a legal principle. We're looking for what it is that you are using as a practical symmetry breaker when you choose to, consume cow flesh rather than Bree flesh.
So, as I was saying earlier, human genes usually create intelligence, and it is hard to tell whether there is intelligence in someone like Helen Keller before she learned to communicate.
I don't think that he understands what it means to answer a question. We might need to do a lesson on how to answer a question.
In principle means If we have all the information, if we know what the situation is in detail.
There's the in principle dodge. That's the in principle dodge. We're not interested in that.
So when you set up a hypothetical, like hypothetically suppose the situation is X, then you can be very confident. You know exactly what the situation is, so you can reach an evaluation.
You're just rambling. You're being either Curry, either you're stupid or you're dishonest. You're dodging the question. Do you have an answer to the question or not? What symmetry breaker are you using in practice?
In practical situations, there's uncertainty, right? So that's different than analyzing a hypothetical where you set the premises.
Not an answer.
Is that correct?
I'm
asking you a question.
What? No, I'm asking you a question, Curie. What is the symmetry breaker that you're using in practice? Don't try to answer
a symmetry breaker in practice.
Try to dodge by asking a question, right? So what's the answer to that?
I'm not using a symmetry breaker in practice. Symmetry breakers are for intellectual theory.
Well, wait, then you're just going to have to say your practical behavior is irrational. Is that what you're laughing at, Bryn?
Yeah, because we already explained to you what we mean by symmetry breaker, which is just your practical considerations. Yeah,
you're just
saying. If you're not using a practical consideration in practice, it's just like literally just saying I'm not engaging in considerations when I do practice.
If X and Y are different, but you're not sure whether you're looking at an X or Y, then your behavior is going to relate to your uncertainty, not just the difference between X and Y.
You're just rambling. I don't know if you're dishonest or if you're dumb, but you're being asked a question, you don't have an answer to it, okay? We're asking you, in practice, what is the symmetry breaker that you're using? Do you have an answer to that question or not? If you say, I'm not using a symmetry breaker, then it's very hard to, then what do we result? What's the result then, Bryn? Do we get to, then he's behaving irrationally because then it doesn't even, we can't even really account for your actions. It's like, how are you even, I understand it now. It's how are you even treating a cow and a human differently if you're not making some kind of differentiation? Then we can't account for your action anymore.
Right. Okay, look, as I said a couple times.
In fact, I think we can also derive a contradiction there. I think we're going to
we would be able to.
We're going to be able to do something. Yeah. Okay. Well, I can take a minute to think out just.
Okay. Are human genes a symmetry breaker for practice?
Wait. But what you're trying to do, you're being so weaselly. You're trying to ask questions that don't need to be answered in order for you to give an answer to the question, just in order to avoid answering it. So let's start with.
I gave the human gene answer several times and you didn't accept that, so I don't know what you want.
Let's start with this, right? Let's start with this. Is there a symmetry breaker in practice?
I gave this human gene answer several times and you said I don't have an answer, so I don't know what you want.
Is there a symmetry breaker in practice?
Human genes.
Okay, so I'll take that as a yes, right? And then the follow-up question is, what is it? And you're saying that it's human genes, right? Okay, so we can proceed from there. I'm sorry, I kind of stole it from Bryn.
No, I don't really have the time to debate right now anyways. If someone else wants to pick it up. Otherwise, I can keep going until I have to start to go.
Well, I mean, he's just contradicting himself. There's a symmetry breaker. There's not a symmetry breaker. You know, it's intelligence.
There are
genes,
different types of symmetry.
Do you understand what the asymmetry is that we're concerned with here?
There's more than one relevant kind of asymmetry.
You're not answering. Listen, dude, instead of just saying fucking sentences when someone talks to you,
if you're going to yell at me, I'm not going to talk with you. You're just yelling profanity at me.
Hey, do I have to use priority push to talk when I'm speaking to you? When someone asks you a fucking question, Curie, answer the question.
Okay, I'm done talking with you.
Instead, I'll pass it back to Bryn, but I'll just say this finally, okay?
I don't think he knows that he's muted. The hateful asshole is ask yourself. To answer Justin's question. I didn't mean to call him an asshole. I know I was just complaining about his profanity. I was repeating what Justin said.
Just from the outset, of course there are different kinds of symmetry, but what we're interested in and the root of that comment is just that there is an asymmetry, a very specific one that we're concerned with, and we're wondering what is it that is causing that asymmetry. Like, look, the question is like, what is it that explains the differences in your behavior towards Bree and cows?
Okay, well, there's multiple factors in my behavior, but the one I think you want is I'm careful around human genes.
Right, okay, but why?
Because human genes are well known for creating intelligent minds, whereas cow genes are not.
Okay, I mean, so there's a few problems there. The first one is, like, what sort of reasons do you usually use for the inference that human genes cause minds?
Like science and philosophy and people being able to hold.
No. That's not. I'm not asking you for like the general scope of the very abstract field which we might use. I'm asking you for the specific reasons why. If I gave you, an arbitrary human, why do you think that thing has a mind? Like, don't give me those kinds of like bullshit answers, please.
Do I get to talk to them, or just see a human and I say, okay, well, I've talked with a lot of other humans before, or what do you want?
Sure, you could say that, but does that reason that causes the impression that there's a mind there apply in the case of someone with a severe mental disability?
Most people with mental disability, I'm just going to say yes. But for a case like Bree, as presented,
right. But again,
then
when I ask you these questions, when I ask you this question, I'm asking you about an extreme marginal case where that doesn't apply. Do you think that exists in some set of humans?
I'll grant that premise. I don't know.
You don't know? I mean, like, there's like what are the usual features that you would look for? Like, for example, if you think I have a mind, like, what are you looking for in me?
Intelligent conversation is the easiest place to start usually.
Right, and leaving aside that intelligent in here is going to be really problematic to define intelligence on the basis that there's intelligent conversation going on. We'll leave that aside for a moment. Do you think that applies if you were talking to someone like Bree?
No.
Right, but then if it can't be that case, like, why would you bring up why would you bring up most humans in the case of Bree then? Because the thing that applies to most humans doesn't apply to Bree. There's a direct asymmetry. It can't apply in that case.
Because of the uncertainty of my knowledge, I'm going to be careful with all humans just to be on the safe side.
Yeah, but again, now we're back to the asymmetry. It's not clear to me why you would select to be careful in the Bree case, but not be careful in the cow case. You haven't shown any reason for that, because as we've just pointed out, the reasons that you use for some other group of beings doesn't work in the Bree case, just like it also doesn't work in the cow case. And so it actually isn't a justifying reason for the asymmetry.
Bree has different genes, which are frequent causes of intelligence, so even if it looks like there's no intelligence, I might be wrong. Maybe they caused it and I'm not realizing it.
Well, yeah. What I'm interested in is why you think that the genes are the relevant factor here. Because earlier you said it was intelligent conversation, and now you're switching to genes?
Genes are something I take into account because of the uncertainty of my knowledge. It is hard to judge what is intelligent.
Right, but you're flip-flopping between answers. Do you understand how you're doing that?
I think you're bringing up multiple issues at once, and it's hard to answer.
No, because I asked you clearly at the beginning. Right? Yeah, go ahead.
So if you want to just provide an answer.
He might have. You mean, curi, can you hear Isaac?
No, I muted him after he was yelling profanity at me.
Can you unmute him, please? Just unmute him. So we can continue.
Politely.
Listen,
I'm not going to
if
talk
you
with
don't
him.
unmute, no, you're gonna 15 seconds and you're gonna get a ban. Just fucking unmute him for a second, please, so we can have this conversation. Like 10 seconds. Curi, can you please unmute this guy? He's unmuted.
Okay, so there's a very easy test that we can apply here to just see if this guy's being dishonest, right? Curi, do you remember when you said that there's no symmetry breaker in practice?
I think we had a misunderstanding.
Do you remember when you see how you also just didn't answer me there? That's why I'm getting mad at you. It's because you don't give clear answers. Do you remember? I'll ask you again the same questions. You can actually answer this time. Do you remember when you said there's no symmetry breaker in practice?
I don't think those were my exact words, but something like that, sure.
Oh, I don't know if I can quote you to the word, but the proposition that you were putting out is that in practice there is no symmetry breaker, even if I don't have the word order of the sentence correct. Do you deny that? We have a recording.
What I was trying to say is
I'm not asking what you're trying to say. Don't stop trying to filibuster. Do you remember when you said that?
I said something along those lines.
What you said is that there's not okay, so do I have to go and listen to the recording and come back? Is that actually what you're going to force me to do right now? There's also another easy way
twice.
to do this.
I don't know why you don't go on.
Okay, because you don't give clear answers. So yes, you remember when you affirmed, whatever the exact language was, affirmed the proposition that there's no symmetry breaker in practice.
I said something along those lines. I think we had a misunderstanding.
No, I'm asking if what you said was that proposition. Regardless of what the exact phrasing was, that was the proposition being expressed, because that's what you're being asked about, right? The practical symmetry breaker. What is it? You said there's not one. There's not a symmetry breaker in practice. Symmetry breakers are for in principle things. Okay, we all remember you saying it. Why are you doing this? Do you remember saying that or not? Don't say, I said something roughly like that. Stop trying to leave yourself a weasel door, because if you really force me to, I'll just go and get the fucking quote. I don't like when people try to weasel, okay? Do you remember affirming the proposition that there's no symmetry breaker in practice? Yes or no? Just give me a yes or a no.
I think I said I wasn't using a symmetry breaker. I was using something else.
Yes or a no. Just give me a yes or a no. Instead of weaseling, just a yes or a no would be great.
I think the thing you're trying to represent me as saying is not what I meant.
Okay, do you want to give me a yes or a no so I understand? When you said, look, did you earlier affirm the proposition?
Is your goal truth-seeking or to catch me out?
Curi. My goal right now is to see if you're capable of admitting that you contradicted yourself, because that's going to expose whether you're honest or not. Someone who doesn't have a massive ego, who's being honest, who's just going to recognize they said P and not P. That's going to be like, okay, maybe he is being honest and he's just not tracking, right? But if you're trying to resist like this, and if you won't acknowledge the contradiction, if it's impossible to tease it out of you,
this in text?
I think that does a lot of work towards showing that you're being dishonest. So I'll ask you again the same question, right? Because some of us don't forget what we're asking, no matter how many times we get weaseled on. The question is, do you agree, right, that earlier in the conversation you affirmed the proposition that in practice there's not a symmetry breaker? Yes or no? Don't give me any word except yes or no.
Would you like to do this in text so we can use exact
Curi,
quotes?
I'm gonna give you one last chance, and if you do not provide an answer, if you do anything other,
I'm not going to answer that question as you word it.
Then
I don't agree with your premises.
Right? So the question,
go ahead, ban
the question
me then. If you want to ban me, go ahead.
The question has a yes or a no answer, and I would like you to provide the one that you think is accurate. Now, did you earlier in this conversation affirm that there isn't a symmetry breaker in practice? Yes or no? Beware, if I hear any other word than yes or no, yep, you're gone. You're gone. Okay. Curi, so you're clearly a dishonest actor. We don't have any interest in dishonest actors in this server. Learn to fucking handle yourself, and we're going to upload this on the internet to humiliate you. Have a good one.
Hey, Alan. Yeah, that was silly. It's funny that Ask Yourself said he was going to upload it to the internet to humiliate me, but I'm literally streaming. If people think an ambiguous question deserves a yes or no. Okay, but Ask Yourself was dodging the question, not me. Like, for example, I asked if he wanted to talk in text so he could use quotes, and he wouldn't answer. But this is incoherent. I can't say yes, I want to answer. He literally would not take that. Like, he would take yes as in yes is the answer. I have now answered, no more clarifying, I've already answered, but this guy's actually dumb. Yeah, I tried to ask him if he was interested in truth-seeking or catching me out, but he literally would not answer that question. Yes, there was more than one symmetry or asymmetry involved. This guy's just unreasonable. I'm fucking done with this. Not true, he would have given clarity. No, he never did and he wouldn't. Like, I tried. All he did was repeat himself. No matter what I said, he repeated the same thing. He wouldn't say it a different way. He wouldn't engage with me. Rat in future? Wait, is this a different person than the... I guess it is a different person. Oh, they just joined 5 minutes ago. Hello. Oh, okay. Alright, no problem with no mic. I don't know why you joined voice chat then. I assumed you wanted to talk, but no big deal. No worries. Rat, I don't know how caught up you are, but I muted Ask Yourself because he was yelling profanity at me repeatedly and kept doing it after I asked him to stop. And then I only unmuted him because they were gonna ban me if I didn't. And then he just did that gotcha thing and banned me. Oh, AY's trolling me by changing my name or something? That's kind of funny. You can, like, define a lot of things as involving a symmetry breaker. But I was trying to say I was using a different thing than the primary symmetry breaker in practice. I told them genes like several times, and they kept asking the same question and seemed to want something I didn't have. They seemed to mean, what is your X for some X I didn't have or use. What the fuck is wrong with you? Alright, bro. Later, dude. At least he's not banning me from this server. He's a little bit of self-control or something. Can you edit your name? Like, how does that work? Like, in general, you can just edit your name, right? How do I do it on my own server? I don't know if he's like forcing my name to be this or if I can just set it back. Because I don't know how Discord works. I need a friend request that Uchi guy too before I get banned here. I tried to friend Avi, but it didn't work earlier. Let me try it one more time. Yeah, it doesn't work. I don't know what that is. Oh, Uchi didn't talk in the... Oh, there he is. Oh, who's this? Oh, it's ThetRat. Hey, Alan, did you want to talk in voice or something? Change nickname. I see. Where was it again? Here? Okay, so I don't have change nickname on this server. But I can change my nickname on my own. Can I change it on random servers? Yeah. Okay, so he like forced my nickname, but normally you can change it yourself. It's not a cogwheel, it's a little arrow, but whatever. Oh, Alan left voice chat. I'll take that for a no. Hello, Rat in future. Oh, okay, no worries. BRB, I'm gonna get some chips. I was all like mentally prepared to talk on voice for a while, which isn't what I normally do, and now it got cut short. So yeah, if anyone wants to talk, I'll go voice chat on about whatever for now. That ask yourself thing was, it was lame. Like, I'm fine with arguing with dumb people or whatever, but I was hoping to just like get to talk to people more. Like, if ask yourself wants to ignore me and I just talk with someone else, it'd be fine. Ask yourself banned me for refusing to give a yes or no answer to an ambiguous question. He also would not answer questions, and he yelled profanity at me. I actually muted him and only unmuted him when they threatened to ban me if I didn't. Yeah, so I got some stuff to watch.
I will also be using the common terms of pro-life and pro-choice, though I realize that either side has issues with these and have their own terminology. This is merely to simplify the rhetoric in order to address the topic at hand. You can find complete citations and a full bibliography for everything discussed today on the blog post for this video linked below. I'd also like to add that there is no vegan consensus or official doctrine on abortion. Vegans, like the rest of the world's population, hold very different beliefs outside of their refusal to participate in the exploitation of non-human animals. Views on abortion are often, but not always, heavily influenced by one's religious or spiritual practice and morals, which vary as widely amongst vegans as non. In fact, the issue of whether abortion is even relevant to veganism itself is hotly debated. While the abortion issue is, at least from my personal experience, most often thrown out as a diversion tactic intended to invalidate veganism as a whole, there remain a few very real and valid intersections to explore. The disconnect most often perceived within the veganism and abortion debate is the pro-choice vegan. Let's start at the surface in the most basic argument against pro-choice veganism. If vegans are against killing, then we have to be against all killing. The fallacy in this position is what's called a false dilemma, posing a black and white reality when ample gray exists. Even the most peace-loving pacifists would defend themselves against an attacker and find no moral fault in the death of a perpetrator during a true kill or be killed situation. On the other side of the coin lies the most basic defense for pro-choice veganism. Abortion is dealing with the fetus in utero, of which the sentience, consciousness, and pain perception continues to be hotly debated, while veganism deals with beings who are undeniably sentient, conscious, and pain perceiving. However, as we will soon see, this
holy shit, she just said it continues to be debated whether a fetus in utero has those things, therefore it's okay to kill it. Like, oh Jesus, she claims there's a consensus with vegan stuff. No consensus with that's so biased. There is. Why does she think there's a consensus that they're totally right about animals? Like, I disagree, therefore there's not a consensus. David Deutsch is a member of the Royal Society and he disagrees and he writes books, therefore there's not a consensus. Like, anyways, if she says there's no consensus on the fetus one, like, it's sort of worrying that she's willing to kill, like, fetuses on the basis of, well, there isn't a consensus, so you can just think whatever you want. Like I think it takes more than that to be okay with abortion. Like, she said, pro-choice vegan, she said defense, like she's going to defend it. And then the first thing she says is there's no consensus. I'm like, that's not an adequate defense.
This oversimplification fails to account for the countless complex nuances, though it is, without doubt, the most striking.
I'm going to give you guys the link.
Striking divergence, and one to take into account. When we start delving deeper into the abortion debate, the lines begin to blur even further. The ability of a fetus to feel pain is a primary argument of the pro-life camp. Seeing as how the prevention of pain and suffering is a pillar of vegan ethics as well, it would appear that pro-choice vegans are left with quite the conundrum. If, in fact, a fetus can feel pain, then the born versus unborn moral distinction fails. The keyword being if. Here's one of the places the abortion debate lacks the clarity of veganism. Scientists still do not agree on fetal pain perception. A 2005 meta-analysis concluded that fetal perception of pain is unlikely before the third trimester. A 2010 review by Britain's Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists stated that the fetus.
Okay, so that just said unlikely before the third trimester. But a lot of these people are in favor of third trimester abortions. I think there's something interesting there. My estimate, by the way, is I think they should ban third trimester abortions. Like, I consider myself pro-choice, but I think 2 trimesters is enough. I think the vast majority of people should get first trimester abortions if they're going to get an abortion.
The fetus cannot experience pain in any sense prior to 24 weeks. The earliest estimate comes from Dr. Kanwaljit S. Anand, something of an outlier in the field and oft quoted.
Right, so that mentions 24 weeks. But yeah, a lot of these people don't actually want a 24-week cutoff on abortions.
By the pro-life cause. Anand proposes a window of 18 to 24 weeks, though he's emphasized that fetal pain does not have much relevance for abortion.
Okay, so this person's saying maybe there's pain at 18 weeks. That's like 4.5 months, halfway through the second trimester. Like, maybe banning abortions at 18 weeks would be reasonable. I don't know. But I think a lot of pro-choice people are just like, yeah, definitely have abortions for at least 8 months.
Since most abortions are performed before the fetus is capable of experiencing pain, with only 1.5% of abortions occurring after.
Oh, they're saying most abortions are performed later. Yes, but most pro-choice people are in favor of the later abortions, as far as I know. So saying there aren't very many of them is silly. It's like, if there aren't very many of them, that doesn't tell you whether you should be in favor of them or opposed to them.
after 20 weeks in the United States. One element clouding the issue is the difference between nociception and pain, something I discuss more in depth in my video, Can Fish Feel Pain? In short, there can be reaction to potentially painful or harmful stimuli without the experience of pain, and nociceptors, which appear as early as 7 weeks, are not in and of themselves capable of relaying pain. Of course, this uncertainty doesn't exactly place pro-choice veganism in the clear. Many vegans believe that the ability of non-human animals to feel pain shouldn't have to be scientifically proven to our satisfaction before we stop abusing them. Why conduct cruel studies when they make it glaringly obvious with crying out, trying to escape, flinching, struggling, and showing indicators of psychological stress? We should operate on the assumption that they can feel pain. So why then does this courtesy not extend to a human fetus? If pain alone were the issue, vegans would support the killing of unconscious animals, and pro-lifers wouldn't protest the abortion of fetuses prior to the development of pain perception. But both issues have additional layers, such as conscious awareness or sentience, and future life interests. Vegans see the sentience of non-human animals, meaning their ability to feel, perceive, and experience life subjectively, as solid ground for their protection. Often interchanged with consciousness, sentience in non-human animals is widely accepted among scientists, with over 2,500 studies and the release of an International Declaration of Consciousness in 2012. Similar to the variances in pain perception development, the certainty of sentience is lacking within the abortion debate. Still, as vegan activist Gary Roski has stated, sentience isn't the only factor when deciding how we should treat other beings. Even though trees, mountains, air, and water are insentient life forces, I think they have a right not to be exploited and polluted and destroyed. Where the argument against pro-choice veganism really gains some ground is the discussion of life potential. Vegans, including myself, often argue that even if we could somehow, some way, actually kill a non-human animal without any pain or awareness, it would still be unethical, as we would be choosing to end their life prematurely. We do not see such an action as our personal choice, since personal choice is no longer personal when it involves the welfare of another. How then can a vegan possibly support the choice to abort the potential life of a human? The argument that the fetus is not aware of the future won't stand unless vegans also condone the killing of animals who are unaware or unconscious at the time of death. So have we circled back to the born versus unborn divide? Again, this becomes hazy with the uncertainty of pain and sentience. There exists an element of self-defense congruent with vegan ideals that can be applied to abortion in the cases of rape, incest, or when the life of the mother is at stake. But what about abortion out of inconvenience, or financial strain, or sex-selective abortions, wherein female fetuses are aborted due to male cultural preference, a practice most often associated with China and India, but prevalent in many other countries where males increasingly outnumber females? Is choosing to stop the potential life of a fetus for what could be termed one's own comfort a parallel to meat eaters ending the lives of non-human animals for their own comfort? Even more direct parallels exist. In my video, Is Lab Meat Vegan?, I discussed the harvesting methods for bovine fetal serum, a growth medium used within a wide range of laboratory experiments, along with fetal pig and fetal sheep serum. Bovine fetal serum is obtained by piercing and draining the beating heart of fetal calves who have been cut from their mother's wombs in slaughterhouses. This practice was understandably met with horror and disgust from vegan viewers and even non-vegans. Were any of these vegans pro-choice? Would this reaction be an indication of dissonance or hypocrisy? The study I cited went on in length about the potential pain perception of the bovine fetuses and referenced a general acceptance of 24 weeks for human fetus pain perception and presented a figure of roughly 12 weeks or 3 months for cows who are more fully developed at birth than humans. Again, the variances in these situations may create a buffer for the pro-choice vegan, given that bovine fetuses must be at least 3 months old to provide enough serum and are often 6 months or older when put through this procedure without any anesthesia, well beyond the point of pain perception. Additionally, it's readily evident that a human mother procuring an abortion differs dramatically from cutting a living fetus from the body of a mother cow slaughtered against her will in order to drain the heart for profit. I would like to bring up another wrinkle. While vegans believe in the rights of non-human animals, the majority, from what I have found, which is by no means conclusive, do seem to support the spaying and neutering of companion animals. While this is most certainly
it had my input wrong. I think it actually doesn't matter though. I think where audio. Right, so I set my mic to be the correct mic, not the system default mic. And I did that on Discord too. So even when the system default is the wrong mic, it should still work fine.
Certainly a violation of their rights. It is not, as Gary Roski has written, a cruel practice when performed properly. He, along with many activists, argues that since the domestication of dogs and cats will not be undone anytime soon, spaying and neutering is a better alternative than the current cruel and needless deaths of millions of abandoned and unwanted companion animals due to overbreeding.
Justin, you mean general chat on his server or on Avi's server? Oh, here we go. Well, I didn't really get to make much of a case in the voice chat because they just wanted me to answer specific questions instead of explain stuff to them. But then they kept asking the same questions over and over because they didn't seem to understand the answers. But then they didn't want me to just ramble. Like, the moment I tried to explain something, they were just like, rambling, answer the question. I don't get why he wouldn't move on. Like, he was like, did you say this? And I was like, something like that. I don't know the exact words, but sure. And then he's like, ask the question again instead of just being like, okay, cool, and then keep going. Like, if I ask people that kind of a question, I'm like, did you say yes? And they're like, basically. I'm like, okay, great. So given you said X, then I'll just keep going. Like, what the fuck did he want? I'm not going to admit it with my exact words because he didn't have a quote. And I was like worried about being taken out of context, etc. So I tried to tell him I thought there was a misunderstanding, but he didn't want to discuss whether there was a misunderstanding. What the fuck? I didn't say over 50%. Oh, fuck. And I'm not friends with Avi. Wait, why'd you say stop? I was responding to Avi. I wasn't even talking to AY when I got banned. Did I do something earlier? I forgot what I did. Oh, I said that he wouldn't be semi-polite. That's what I said. Oh, I'm not allowed to say that. I see. Justin, are you banned or are you still there? Okay, who's still there? I mean, we have a ton of people on the server, right? Can someone just PM Avi and invite him to this server? I just want someone to give Avi an invite that if he still wants to talk, I'll be happy to answer his questions. He can just come to my server or unban me. Either one's fine. They probably deleted everything I said for the last 24 hours. That's like the default when you ban someone. Alright, cool, B. Can you just PM Avi and say if he still wants to talk with us at all, could he either unban me or come to my server? Or if he doesn't want to talk with us, he can just say that, and I'll leave him alone. But I just want to, like, hear it from him if he's still interested in talking or not. Avi, AVI, the server owner. If anyone wants to come to my server, by the way, I'll get you guys the link. There, that should redirect to a server invite. Yeah. Can you give me the exact quote, B? If you could just copy paste like the whole chat you had with Abby. Yeah, screenshot up by Discord, that'd be great. I just want to establish Abby doesn't actually want to have a discussion, and then I can just move on. Venus? What? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Once again, the parallel is by no means ideal, as our companion animals have no ability to make this choice for themselves, and spaying and neutering prevents a pregnancy, while abortion ends one. I present this simply as an example of vegans being faced with an ethical ambiguity and supporting the restriction of animals' reproductive rights. At the more misanthropic end of the spectrum, since humanity continues to murder trillions of innocent beings every year.
Yeah, it's like a minor flame. It's whatever, but he's not interested, so. Like, I have a pretty thick fucking skin, but ask yourself was repeatedly just using profanity in my direction in voice chat while talking over me. He didn't want to pretend it was like a respectful discussion. Saying it would hurt his brain is like semi-flaming. He's saying that means we're dumb. But it's not a big deal. It just means he disagrees with us or whatever. Unless it was out of context, he was responding to something else. Was that like a tofu comment or something? Oh, Ming, just tell him then he can join my server when he wants to talk, or just now for the future, or he can unban me and message someone and tell me to rejoin when he wants to talk or something. Or he can email me. I don't know. But yeah, he needs to get in, if he either needs to like join the server now, unban me now, or get in touch with me if when he wants to talk. One of those. And yeah, I still think I like my brain, I don't want to hurt it is a flame. Oh wait, the question was, are you talking about curi regarding brain hurt? And he said Venus? Wait, what is Venus? I'm so lost actually. But you're right, I totally misunderstood, because I see what you're saying now. Lightning asked that question. Venus is a person? Oh. Okay. I guess Venus was mentioned like higher than the screenshot. Well, that's good. You're right. Okay, Abby just wasn't flaming.
Decimate the planet, and grow in population and demand for meat. Could it be argued that stemming this proliferation at its root would actually be perfectly in line with vegan principles? Any attempt to present a singular vegan view on abortion negates the diversity and variance of vegans themselves. Many vegans reject the aforementioned animals versus humans dichotomy, seeing human and animal rights as inextricable, to be protected and fought for concurrently. Something I find personally fascinating in this whole debate is the focus on whether vegans can be pro-choice. With all of the uncertainties inherent in fetal pain perception and sentience, and the absolute certainties of non-human animal pain perception and sentience, it's interesting that the more concrete question usually remains
Seriously, she says the absolute certainty.
unasked. Can non-vegans be pro-life? As I said in the opener, I'm not going to settle the abortion debate, or even the veganism and abortion debate. Even with my attempts at simplification, it's evident how complex this dialogue can easily become. I would love to hear your thoughts on the debate in the comments below. It's going to be fun down there.
Me at this debate, I'm going to start like I always do on the show. Images transfix in a way that words do not. Project Veritas believes that public policy solutions become self-evident when people know the facts. As I'm walking to this venue, my friend here, who I've never met before, Bryn, says, quote, doing a debate tonight on the Trumpist conspiracy theory, retweeting me. So he's saying it's a conspiracy theory, but as I retweeted him as I was walking down the street just an hour ago, it's not a conspiracy theory when you can see the lips moving. It's not a conspiracy theory. So he's attacking me for it being a conspiracy theory. This is tonight. So I'd like you to, when you talk about conspiracy theories, we don't report anything unless you can see their lips moving. Not a conspiracy theory when you can see the person's lips moving, okay? So you attack me, and you attack my journalism. Well, here's a challenge for you. Name one thing about that that's fake. And if you can't, you better put up or shut up, my friend. Because I've won 7 straight lawsuits, including a defamation lawsuit. You attack me as I'm walking into this event. Everything you see here is real. Everything you see here is so real that Trump brings harm me to the White House and myself to testify about this. This is as real as it gets. And my friend Eric Cochran, he lost his job for Pinterest. He's a hero for what he did. And you wouldn't know what was going on unless he lost his job. And he's here in the flesh. And I'm here to tell you it's worse than you can possibly imagine. Don't believe me. Believe your lying eyes.
What is this debate about? James will tell you this debate is about whether there's bias, is there evidence of it, and if there is, what should we do about it? I'll briefly touch upon his claims, but my position is, at the end of the day, the free market position has always been clear. It's not the government's role to meddle in speech, period. So it doesn't matter.
That guy is so dishonest, pretending he's pro-free market, and that's why he's in favor of tech censorship. I've written about this. Because that's a very common position. So here's a link.
What degree of bias there may or may not be. It's not a job for the government. So let me start with the claims about bias. Fundamentally here, we don't know how to distinguish claims of bias from real differences in behavior in the real world. The reality, which many people in this room are not going to want to hear, is that we have an asymmetrically polarized political ecosystem. The media on the right behave differently from the media on the left. The American right, which I have been a part of for my entire adult life, has become fundamentally diseased because people like James are taken seriously as journalists, and outlets like Breitbart and Gateway Pundit are taken seriously as serious, credible news organizations. They're not.
You said, we're not journalists. I find that very interesting. It's a very interesting metaphysical point you made, that I'm not a journalist. I don't know why I'm Captain Kangaroo, SpongeBob SquarePants.
I've had the story for 3 years. I've had this interview with Virginia Roberts. We would not put it on the air. First of all, I was told, who's Jeffrey Epstein? No one knows who that is. This is a stupid story. Then the Palace found out that we had her whole allegations about Prince Andrew and threatened us in a million different ways.
Okay, if it wasn't for the non-journalists of the world, no one would have seen that. The keyword was liar. I was called a liar. I will personally donate $10,000 to the charity of your choice if you can name one thing since Project Veritas was incorporated in April 2011 that we have lied about. $10,000 to the charity of your choice. Just name one lie. Put up or shut up. Let me continue. This is my time. Can the moderator come forward, please?
No,
Baron. I know that.
It was rhetorical.
I know that really got under your skin, but you won't be able to do it. But to quote Justice Brandeis, sunlight will be the best disinfectant. That is why in 2020 you'll see many people like Eric Cochran and Greg Koppel come out of the woodwork. In fact, Project Veritas has dozens of insiders inside these companies filming right now. And that's how we're going to change the world. We're going to show people the facts that are manifestly damning, despite what my friends say over here about conspiracy theories. The facts will be manifestly damning, and it'll compel a public policy reform. I don't know what it is, but it will compel it to happen. Thank you.
A big round of applause for.
They have dozens of insiders. I wonder if he's exaggerating or if that's a real number. Alright, yeah.
Hey man, I muted your stream.
Alright, I just turned your volume up. Try talking.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, that's better.
So I wanted to kind of pose the same question that Avi posed to Justin and me about like the idea of seeing a human behaving exactly like a cow. What is what he calls the epistemic standard for you to decide that this is not intelligent or conscious?
Okay, the epistemic standard is the standard of how we know things. And that is critical discussion, critical thinking, coming up with conjectures and arguments and criticizing them.
Right. So the idea is that consciousness is like a binary. It's not like you're a little bit conscious if you're like a really smart animal, and then very conscious if you're a person.
Right, I think binary.
So what's wrong with the idea of with the guess that it's possible to suffer, it's possible to have consciousness, but not at the same level as a person?
Well, I think the source of consciousness and suffering are both intelligence, and I think intelligence is binary.
So the people that say that it's not, that it's a continuum, what are they missing?
They need an epistemology, a theory of how knowledge is created, or they could say what intelligence is in some other way. But my view is intelligence is the ability to create knowledge. And so you have to solve the problem, how can knowledge be created from non-knowledge? Where can it come from? How can intelligence do that? And the only known solution is evolution. And whether or not a mind is capable of doing evolution internally of ideas is a binary trait. Either it's doing mental evolution or it's not.
I guess they would probably ask you what provides, I guess, evidence. Maybe it's not the best way to say it, but what would be something that leads you to believe that your guess that it is binary versus continuous is more likely to be correct, or explains things better?
Well, there's the whole of critical rationalism, which explains how we learn in epistemology, etc., in terms of evolutionary epistemology. So, like, what's the rival view and why that?
But as far as I know, CR doesn't talk about it doesn't talk about binary intelligence. Like, not that I'm aware.
What doesn't?
It doesn't talk about the fact that it doesn't say anything about
No, what's the it?
The critical rationalism.
Oh, okay, yeah. Critical rationalism, though, explains the evolutionary epistemology, which has implications.
Right, but I don't believe it says anything about intelligence being binary, as far as I know.
Right, but if you think about how could intelligence work, given the critical rationalist model of how learning works, how thinking works, etc., then it turns out to be binary, because like either you can make guesses and refutations or you can't. Like, animals are not doing conjecture and refutation. The method of conjecture and refutation is inherently universal, like it can learn anything. Because anything can be conjectured or refuted. Like, there's no built-in limit on what it would be able to do, but then animals are nothing like that. Rather than being able to think about all the things, they can think about, nothing.
Right. I think I agree with that.
Yeah, also David Deutsch does say binary intelligence, as do I, so it's just that Popper doesn't. He didn't develop all the issues.
Yeah, I do believe in BOI. David says that it all kind of comes with the package, the jump to universality.
Yeah, and he said stuff elsewhere, like there's something about binary intelligence in my interview with him.
Right. Yeah, Justin, that's true. It does have an implication of taking children seriously, because then they're also people, which means they can also reason just as anybody else can.
I'm looking at this, it's not quite binary intelligence, but he's explaining why the common view of degrees of intelligence is confused. Because he says that a typical person, it's not that they can figure out what Einstein knows like more slowly or worse, it's that they can't do it at all. Like there's a major binary gap in capabilities, and that's a lot of the differences we see.
Right, but some of us cannot do, so the reason why some of us cannot do what Einstein does is not that we don't have intelligence, is that we don't know how.
Yes. This argument was related to the importance of hardware, because people think that hardware can vary on a continuum, which is true. Like you can have different CPU speeds, you can have a 1.4 gigahertz, a 1.6 gigahertz, etc. So they think that the hardware continuum implies a continuum of intelligence, but intelligence is not speed. That was the point.
So why do we not consider some of the behavior that animals... By the way, a lot of what I'm saying is just playing devil's advocate. Like, I don't, like, just things I've heard.
Yeah, I know.
We've seen some cows, for example, like stick their heads through gates and like shake, like by... I've seen like a video of a cow like sticking its head through a gate and like shaking its horns to the point that it finally catches the little lock and opens the gate, and then they all run away. Why is that not considered a sort of guessing and solution, problem solving?
That is simple enough to explain with computer algorithms, kind of like a Roommba.
What's something that we could see or learn about that would refute this, like um the guess that on that intelligence is binary?
like if an animal created knowledge that we couldn't explain as coming from its genes. Like, I don't think the thing holding animals back from creating spaceships or philosophy or science is lack of hands or like lack of high quality vocal cords or anything like that. I think it's something in their mind. Regarding Roombas, they're an example of something that is widely accepted as not intelligent, not conscious, and cannot suffer. They're a robot. However, they have software that makes them do behavior, so they can like move around the rug, and they can remember where furniture is and like not run into the same furniture again, something like that. Anyway, they can do a variety of things, similar to video game enemies or self-driving cars or, other types of robotics. So if you can draw a parallel between those things and animals, it's an indication that animals are in the same category, rather than animals being fundamentally different. Whereas if you could find, here's a way animals are just totally different than Roombas, that would be an indication that they have some sort of important capacity that might matter for vegan issues.
Oh, yeah. I think Justin makes a good point, because this would, if we find an animal that can create knowledge, it will still be under the binary. It will still be, okay, this particular animal falls in this side of the spectrum. I mean, in this side of the binary.
Oh, you wanted a disproof of binary intelligence, not of animal non-intelligence?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, well, for that, you would need philosophy arguments, not evidence. Like, the theory of evolution is widely misunderstood as primarily a scientific theory, but it is actually primarily an epistemological theory, which works on the basis of logic and reasoning. Like, you can understand in the abstract why replication with variation and selection creates knowledge. And then the application to the history of life on Earth is a secondary consequence. So if you want to argue with that or with the jump to universality or some other part of CR, you have to talk philosophy, not science. So for example, if you had a rival epistemology that was inductivist and you could defend it, then it might have different consequences. Like, however you defended induction, we could then look at it and say, all right, what is the implications of this for how intelligence works and whether there's a continuum of like inductive capacity or whatever. And
Yeah, I think I'm at the limit of how much of an argument I can make from the other side. I think that's as much as I understand what they are saying.
all right, well, the other thing they talk about a lot, which is what Ask Yourself wanted to do, is basically like, would you kill Bree? That seems to be one of their main points.
Right, and this is where Justin and I couldn't go there.
Right, so my answer is, if it's a hypothetical where by premise we say Bree is not intelligent, like we're 100% certain infallibly, then I'm like, okay, sure, you can kill Bree. This is my principled answer. If we know it's not intelligent, you can kill it. However, in real situations, we have incomplete information. So we see Bree and we say, this looks inhuman, this looks non-intelligent. So we think maybe we can kill it. However, it's hard to tell, so let's be careful. Because people thought maybe Helen Keller wasn't intelligent, for example. And they were mistaken. So errors can happen, and the fact that human genes are present, which create intelligent minds most of the time, is a good reason to be careful.
Right, yeah, so the the key difference with the way Avi phrased it was that it wasn't something that we knew. Like, we didn't know she wasn't intelligent, or this human person acting like a cow. We just saw the behavior. So that's why
Okay.
we're like not okay with killing it, because we don't know.
Right, so you see the behavior, you have pretty good but incomplete information that you think it's non-intelligent. However, there are also human genes. So, because murder is such a big deal, like, there's a huge downside if you're wrong and you kill it, but there's not much downside to leaving, you know, dozens of edge case people alive. Then we should err on the side of safety there.
Do you understand the objection that Ask Yourself had about that? Because he just seemed to get really angry, but I didn't quite understand why he was.
Well, he thought that I was being unprincipled by saying that I wouldn't want to kill Bree because of the presence of human genes. He thought it was a speciesist argument. Him or the other guy, Bryn, I think tried to bring up, what if you don't know what genes it is, like, so that you can't be biased in that way? Because they thought I just had, like, the most naive bias that if it's human, I won't kill it. Because they weren't actually understanding the argument.
Yeah, the problem with like the way that he's arguing to me is that instead of trying to get you to clarify or understand your position, he was just trying to catch you in some sort of like loop or like a misstep and just kind of go focus on that only.
Yeah, no, he clearly wanted a gotcha moment. The Bryn guy was okay. Like, he didn't get it, but he was fine to talk with. But the Ask Yourself kept butting in and, like, disrupting my conversation with Bryn. So that was sad.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, because if he has, let's say he has an actual argument against your position, then somebody like me who's like trying to understand, trying to get to know which one's right, which one's wrong, we don't get to hear it because he's busy flaming and then banning everybody. So if he happens to have the argument that would change my mind and make me vegan, he closed the door himself.
Yeah, I don't really think he has a bunch of great arguments that he's just saving privately and never tells anyone. Anyway, you can say that thing just in the general case with paths forward stuff, like, what if someone has an argument that they don't share? It's like, okay, well, if they don't share, that's unfortunate and it can't help me, and I recommend paths forward to them. And I have to live my life based on information people will share. So, I mean, it's pretty common. You just have to move on and not worry about it too much in general. There can be specific cases where, like, you're really impressed by someone in a bunch of ways, so you really want, like, to hear their opinion of something because you think they might actually have good info. So, like, for example, suppose David Deutsch never answered emails or Twitter or whatever, but you read his books. You might be like, oh shit, this guy seems to have really good ideas. I wish I knew what he thought about X. Like, because it might actually be useful. So you could, like, really regret the lack of paths forward in that scenario. But with Ask Yourself, there's no particular sign that he knows anything important. So don't worry about it.
Yep.
It was very hard to get straight answers out of them, though. Like, I brought up standards for setting laws are different than standards of philosophy. And they just thought that was sophistry and they didn't want to talk about it. And they never specified, like, you can specify, like, just assume whatever you do is legal and then continue with the hypothetical. Like, what would you do given that your choice was legal? But they didn't clarify like that. They just yelled at me and, you know, that kind of clarification was never happening. I'm using Mac OBS. I don't know a ton about settings, but I'm streaming at 12,000 bitrate, which is more than necessary. But it should be fine, like I have plenty of bandwidth, and oh yeah, there's no other encoder options on Mac apparently. And the resolution is scaled to 1080 because I'm using ultra low latency YouTube, so I can't stream 1440p. And dropped frames 168, 0% seems fine. What is my upload? I'm gonna check. I forgot. I got the 1,000 download semi-recently.
Have you ever done a voice debate before? Was that your first time?
Yeah, I was trying to think about that earlier. Like, I've argued with people in person, but not for over 5 years, I'm gonna say, pretty much. So, yeah, it's been a while, and not very experienced at voice debates. But I think it went okay. I think I did fine.
Yeah, it's a lot more different than I expected it to be. And after listening to the recording, there's like a lot of stuff that you just miss that people say.
So I might have
Like I would have liked
35
to have
upload.
asked Javi about the fact that he said that he would be willing to grant a video game character consciousness, but one of it is later on he differentiated a Sims from a cow by the fact that it had the brain. So it looks like he cares about the substrate, but also doesn't at the same time.
Oh, I see. Yeah. That's probably to be expected from someone who's not really familiar with that kind of issue. Hey, Justin.
Well,
By the way, I don't like push to talk, and I find it annoying, but I think it's good for streaming so you can talk to your stream easily without broadcasting everything. But I considered using toggle mute. That's what I use in Overwatch. They wouldn't even acknowledge that point when I was talking about unreliable evidence. Actually, because I'm on a friendly Discord, I think I should just turn push to talk off so you guys can hear me all the time. Because you guys have to mute the stream. But push to talk is better for like debates. But I'm just open mic now.
Okay.
Yeah, I brought up that the Bree evidence was unreliable and they would not listen and they would not consider that at all. Like, they did not care. Oh, let's see. Bree video. It should be searchable, probably.
I wonder if that's like a sort of like a
Hey, what's
branch
going on?
of the idea of empiricism. Like they look for things, videos, evidence, and they think that if they just look at the right video, they'll understand animal behavior based only on what they see.
Here we go.
What do you mean, like big brain vegans in AI? Like people with degrees or something?
I would just take that to mean smart people. Yeah,
I
people
don't.
vary.
I don't think that. I don't think I was saying anything about their intelligence. I was just saying that they are empiricists, inductivists.
Yeah, I just granted them their stupid Bree premise. Like, try to move the debate on, but they were not very appreciative of that. Like, they just call me an evader instead of recognizing that I'm trying to work with them and I was actually cooperative. Ask yourself once, like, total control over discussions, though. Like, you cannot ask him questions, it's only he asks you questions. He gets to decide everything. I've never talked with Shadow Starshine, no. What's HOT? Oh, there's a lot of videos.
I don't know what a higher order theory is.
I do think that some evidence speaks for itself, but they're also just really biased.
That sounds correct, Uchi, although I guess yeah, it would depend on an exact definition of higher order theory, but just taking the words with like standard meanings, it sounds right. But if it's like a jargon term with an exact meaning, then I don't know. But yeah, I think that there are like logically prior issues, which you could call higher order, that are like you have to figure out some of the more basic fundamental stuff before you can figure out veganism. You need to check your premises and your foundations. So, like, if two people disagreed about physics, like one person thinks that motion is an illusion and the other person thinks objects move around, then like that kind of debate about a more basic issue is going to get in the way of agreeing about animals. So we do have fairly broad agreement about physics and logic, and then you get to like computation and epistemology, and then you start getting into a bunch of disagreements. So it's hard to build to a view on animals when you disagree about epistemology and computation stuff, because the way that you form views on animals is in terms of these other ideas.
I don't know if he actually even made any assertions. He just screamed.
Well, he asserted that I was a question dodger. That seemed to be his main point. Yeah, Bryn was in the discussion, but then Ask Yourself started talking and made things worse.
Yeah, like you mentioned, he didn't respond to the thing about truth-seeking versus just trying to catch you out.
I think I talked to Bryn like a little bit in text at some point, but I'm not sure. I don't really remember exactly who I talked with.
He sounded definitely more reasonable, although I don't think he quite got what you were saying.
You guys can. Yes. Hello?
Justin, you're cutting in and out. And Kurapika might not realize there's a stream and people are like half talking to that rather than like the text conversation standing on its own.
The Lightning or Lovey 2 guy, he was
Yeah.
in the server. He was kind of defending you. I wonder if he got banned for that because he was saying something like, even though he doesn't quite get the argument and he doesn't agree, he was saying something like, the argument is not sophistry. It's actually well laid out. Yeah, I will, if you could invite him, I would love to talk to somebody as well.
By the way, kind of annoyingly, I find Discord's ability to mute notifications is only like 99% effective. But on my muted servers, I sometimes get notifications and I don't know how to prevent that. And I actually left a server just because I kept getting a notification every like twice a week or something.
You have to change the settings so that also at everyone, because if you mute the server, you get general notification.
No, but I did
but
that. See, it says suppress at everyone and at here. Even
Oh,
with
then
that
never mind.
muted, I mute that on everything and I still get occasional notifications.
I have no idea then.
I think it might be role-based notifications. I think that server put me in a Vindictus role, because it's a gamer server, and then he pings the Vindictus role, and maybe that breaks it. But I'm not sure.
Testing.
Okay, so I don't know what server I'm on, but Total Liberation. Oh, hey, there's an Avi. Oh, Avi's a moderator. Is Ask Yourself a moderator? Is he going to ban me here? He's on VIP. Okay, so where's Bryn? Is he on this list somewhere?
This is a political philosophy server.
Moderation. Oh, they have like actual logs of what they moderate? That's good. Right, roles. Oh, they have vegan, so they have vegans here, but they also have LGBTQ, environmentalism, feminist. That's just like all the bad things on one server. Oh, there's Bryn. Add friend. What are his roles?
It's
Daddy,
socialism.
Big Canada, oh, he's moderator and admin. Okay.
So it looks like it's like socialist philosophy.
See, that was why I didn't want to talk with Ask Yourself in the first place. Like, Avi was trying to get me to debate Ask Yourself the other day. And I was like, I don't think he's interested. And then I started talking with Bryn, and Ask Yourself just joined, which it was his server, so he can do that, but I did not specifically seek him out. And I was hoping he'd be AFK or something. Like, I think that would have been better.
I still don't understand where his hostility came from, because yesterday the first interaction he had with us was just call your essay stupid before reading it, and like he just came off like all angry.
Well, no, that's not the first interaction. Remember when you were debating with Avi?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
he joined the last 20 minutes and flamed you guys in text chat and put the video online.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
So he already had it in for you from that. He heard you arguing with Avi and he thought you were stupid and just was hating on you.
Yeah, I don't think there was anything in there that we said that was disrespectful or anything or dishonest. So I wonder though, because I'm trying to think if I feel like a lot of the heavy lifting for this argument, like even if I'm trying to do devil's advocate, it's really difficult because I agree with CR, but most people are not even aware of it. So I don't know if it's even I don't know how you could go about convincing somebody that doesn't know anything about CR of your vegan argument.
Well, that's why I wrote the problem of design one. Was trying to write something that could make sense with less background knowledge. So they could at least recognize that like they don't have the answer and don't know what they're talking about, if not understand it. Like, what's your solution to the problem of design? Like, pick evolution, or do you think you have any other solution? And then, if it's evolution, like, do you think animals have memes that replicate in their heads? Yes or no? You know, you can ask questions like that. I think people can intuitively see how either like has memes or does not have memes would be a binary trait.
I don't know. I've talked to people who think that beaver dams are memes, so.
Well, then they can say that beavers are on the binary side of the does have memes divide. And then we can ask them, well, why don't they have religion memes, or do they? If one of you guys wants to go try to start a debate on Bryn's server, I'll like pay attention or whatever. Like I'm available.
Man, I don't want to get yelled at.
Alright, analyzing, ask yourselves rhetoric.
Hi everybody, I'm going to do a breakdown on this Ask Yourself video because I thought there was quite a lot of rhetoric in this one, and I thought it would be interesting to just kind of go through the video and show kind of Ask Yourself rhetoric style and the sorts of things he does in lieu of making actual arguments, and see what kind of takeaways we can get from there. So I'm gonna have a checklist, much like he has a checklist during this video, to try to explain a lot of his tactics.
Okay, so another vegan has called into the atheist experience. Let's see what anti-vegan trash Matt has
for us today. So there we go. We start off by a quick poisoning of the well. Let's just call it trash before we've even seen anything.
Okay, so my question is, does recognizing logic in something mean we have to act on it? For example, I recognize and can use a variety of data to prove that being a vegan is objectively better for the environment, certainly the animals, and even the individual in most cases. Now, even though I recognize this logic, is it wrong of me to not follow through and live my life according to this? And if it's not, why can't I, or anyone else for that matter, knowingly live in the falsehood of belief in a God if it allows me to live what I perceive as a better life subjectively?
All right, well, could you be wrong about what counts as a better life in your subjective view?
Now, they talk for a few minutes here about meta-ethics, so we're just going to skip over that.
Obviously here, we're just going to write that. Why did I write that? Right, so we're going to skip meta-ethics. Even though meta-ethics is important to the overall discussion, we all know that Ask just doesn't like discussing them, although they could have relevant consequences for his video. So skipping over them is a really bad move. It could bypass his own weakness, or it could reinforce any of Matt's points, but you won't know on the basis of watching that. So I would consider that another rhetorical trick by Ask Yourself. Though I don't really think this one is done in a dishonest manner. I just think he's not good at meta-ethics, so he doesn't have an interest in talking about it.
A few minutes later.
But, like, to tie it back in with the veganism thing, I can demonstrate scientifically that we're damn it, it's the second largest contributor to climate change, so why would it not be morally in our best interest to not partake in something we don't have to?
Yeah.
Very powerful answer from Matt.
Right, so I agree, that's also not the greatest answer from Matt, but, you know, he's obviously processing his answer, and Ask Yourself is just going to take a second to, you know, make a quip about it. So we're just going to put that into poisoning the well again.
So, you're convinced of something?
You know, obviously he said it kind of like a stutter, and now Matt's actually getting to what he wants to say.
Somebody else might not be convinced of.
But no, but it was, but if I use science to, sorry.
You're convinced of something because you have finding the science. Now, I had a long discussion with Alex O'Connor, 2 hours, and a good chunk of it was about morality, and some portion of it was about animal rights and veganism and stuff like that, and it was an off-the-cuff conversation where I hadn't bothered to look into things. Alex made some of these points talking about how going vegan may be the best thing you can do to actually...
It was 2 hours of Alex politely walloping Matt, and I encourage you all to go and watch it.
Right, so that one's pretty easily just another poisoning of the well, because before reviewing it or seeing any of the arguments, he's just insulting the person. He wants to prime you to believe that Matt Dillahunty is, you know, bad at arguing before you hear the arguments, so that can prime you to think that they're bad arguments. My own opinion was that, you know, Alex did a great job during that conversation, and Matt was very new to it, and obviously did not have very developed opinions, where, you know, Alex had been investigating the topic for a while. So in a sense, I do agree, but I don't think you should be priming things like that, nor being so insultive.
Climate change, and he cited a number of references. Obviously, we're just sitting on a couch, we didn't have time to look into it. I've since had some time to look into it, and while there is some validity to the points that he was making, there are also objections to those points, which I haven't studied up on and don't have a way to go through it.
The classic Matt Dillahunty excuse. I just haven't looked at the data. Okay,
right, so that's not much of a counter-argument from Ask Yourself. If somebody wants to be, you know, empirically guided in their decision-making, then looking at the data would be important. So we're going to put that as a fourth poisoning of the well, and we're also just going to add up here a hypocrite, because Ask Yourself himself doesn't tend to look at empirical data. I've never seen him empirically argue for the environment. I've never seen him empirically argue for health. And while him not doing something doesn't mean that he doesn't do it, I have heard him on many occasions say that he's just not interested on the empirical side and that he doesn't look it up himself. So it would be hypocritical of him to say that, you know, somehow Matt is wrong, despite the fact that he himself doesn't look at any of this data.
If it turns out...
Go on saying that for a few more years.
Right, so I'm going to start a new category here called predicting the future. And there we go, that's one of them. Clearly he has no idea what Matt's going to do in the future, but he wants to, you know, it's basically poisoning the well again.
That eating meat, the process by which we go about it, etc., is ultimately going to kill us all, whether it's through climate change or whatever else.
Oh, that's not a high bar. So it's not like it could be clearly wrong if it's not going to, you know, kill us all. It just has other bad consequences. It has to kill us all for it to be clearly morally wrong. I mean, just it's kind of funny bar to set, you know, and I'm sure he doesn't even set the bar that high, so why would say this? I don't know.
Right, and I don't disagree with that.
Granting negative rights for non-human animals.
Negative rights means like freedom from violence and stuff like that, as opposed to positive rights like the right to free healthcare. Positive rights are something I don't agree with.
I was gonna ask. It doesn't. I was gonna ask. I don't think there's any positive rights you agree to, right?
Positive rights for wild animals sounds kind of ridiculous. Like, we're gonna give welfare to animals or something? Anyway, Uchi, do you want to argue? Like, do you want to pick up where Ask Yourself and Bryn left off? Is there a key point you think I haven't answered yet that I should say something about? Or are you just, like, unsure about some of the stuff, or...
Ask yourself that this is probably not exactly what he meant. We're going to say taking things as literal with absolutely no reason, right?
Okay, a replicator is a physical object that there's some way it can make copies of itself, that it can play a causal role in creating a copy of itself. So, for example, a steak is something you can copy by raising a new cow and slaughtering it and making a second steak. Or a iPhone is something you can copy by creating a second iPhone in a factory. But in those cases, the object is not copying itself. It's not causing itself to be copied. So those are not replicators, because it's like a human doing the replicating rather than the object itself. Same with like tracing paper over a drawing, right? You can take your pencil and go over all the lines and like make a replication of the drawing, but it's the person doing that, not the drawing itself. So a replicator is something that has the actual ability in some environments to cause a copy of itself to be created. And the well-known important example is DNA, genes. And there's a whole process where they unwind the double helix and create an additional copy of matched pairs in order to replicate. And the higher level consequences of this is that the gene's survival machine, the animal, gets replicated in a much less exact way, but the dog genes get replicated into a new dog, and then it creates the whole dog structure with paws and a snout and stuff. And the reason it creates a very similar dog in the new one, the baby, is because it's the same genes which have the same information. So when the genes replicate, it's a new physical object, like it's made out of different molecules. But certain things are the same, which is why we call it a copy. So it has the same physical molecular structure to a reasonable approximation, and it contains the same information, the same like gene sequences of A, G, C, T. If those sequences are the same, then the way they control animal development can be the same, because it's the same sequence. So genes are similar to software in that they're called genetic code sometimes, because what the different sequences are controls how the animal develops, just like the different sequences of ones and zeros in a computer determines what the software does. Software is another thing that you can copy. You can make a copy of a digital file with all the same ones and zeros. But software does not generally copy itself. We decide when to copy it, but there is software that copies itself called viruses. You can like infect a computer with a virus, and then it'll go connect to other computers on the network and copy itself to those computers, and then those computers will connect to other computers and so on and so forth. Then there's an actual replicator there, and that's interesting, and it can spread around a lot. And not only that, but some viruses have some level of random variation rather than making exact copies, because it gets around virus detection software better. Anyways, moving on to memes. A meme is a unit of idea, like one idea that can cause its own replication. So it's not just we replicate it because of our decision, it's something about the meme itself results in it being replicated. So it has some causal role where like the meme would be replicated, but something else would not be replicated. So there's an actual difference between it and random information or a random idea. What David says is that knowledge is information which tends to stay in existence once it's in existence. Because like with random ideas that aren't useful and have no particular reason for being that way, people just forget about them or not share them or whatever. But then when there's something about the idea that makes it important in some way, some meaningful knowledge-laden feature, then people will remember it and spread it and so on, and that makes it replicate. So in people's heads, the way we think and learn is brainstorming, creating a bunch of ideas which are primarily variants of previous ideas. We'll recombine ideas, we'll take an idea and change a few parts. They can also be completely fresh ideas, but that's sort of like starting over, so it's not the normal thing to do. So this brainstorming is replication of memes. It is replication with variation. And then we do critical thinking. We look for things wrong with our ideas. Why can we rule this out? What's wrong with it? Do you have any objections? Does it contradict itself? Does it contradict some other idea we think is important? Does it actually have some way that it's going to accomplish some sort of purpose? Like, what's it good for? And so that is selection. And the long-term effect of replication with variation and then selection is the information gets more and more optimized for the purpose which is being selected for. So with genetic evolution, the selection is for survival and replication value. Like how many kids and grandkids and grand-grandkids can the gene have? Like the more it replicates, then the more of them exist. With mimetic evolution, humans can choose their own purposes and their own method of selection. Like, so often people are looking for good ideas to solve a particular problem. Like, I want to build a skyscraper, so I come up with a bunch of potential designs, and I'm unsatisfied with them. Like, I don't just want any skyscraper, I want it to be good in terms of, I don't know, 50 different traits. So that's the selection process, is I'm ruling out designs when they fail to meet one of my criteria for a good skyscraper. So if I keep brainstorming more and more skyscraper designs, and then ruling out the ones that don't work, I can eventually get to one that does work. I can step by step get closer to a solution. I can do that by varying the ones that are more promising selectively. I can focus. So some of them I can be like, this violates 1,000,000 traits, I'm just going to throw it out. And then this other one I can be like, well, this only violates 3 traits, and maybe if I vary it a little, I can fix one of these problems. And so you like continue the brainstorming for the ones that are working better. The selection is less black and white than with genetic evolution, where it's like the animal has a certain number of babies and like that's about it. Whereas with mimetic evolution, we can make decisions on a continuum. We can say this idea is not worth pursuing further. And this other idea, I'm going to make like a small effort to brainstorm variants of it. And then this other idea I think is really promising, so I'm going to make like a lot of variants of this one. None of what I just said like should be controversial in some sense. Like, I'm not aware of any actual arguments against that. It's not even CR, it's just like understanding how evolution works, really. Well, okay, so some of the brainstorming stuff was CR, but the evolution and meme stuff wasn't really. But I find inductivists just like ignore all that. Like they just don't think about it or talk about it. Like they don't even know evolution has anything to do with the issues. It's not like they have a response like, you know, here's a reason that an idea could not be a replicator. You know, they don't have that. They don't deny the existence of memes. But they also don't try to explain how the inductive thinking process connects with memes or relates to memes, like what role memes play in that process. I think Uchi left. But hopefully he'll find the archive later. Oh, am I blind? Oh, you used like a hidden thing, didn't you? Yeah, there's like a go invisible setting. Must have been that. Anyway, yeah, that was some stuff about memes. I think Birdsong is something from the genetic algorithms in the bird's genes. I don't think that there's an idea involved. I don't know offhand whether Birdsong is has cultural transmission. It could have cultural transmission, like that's not out of the question because you can have genes that have a behavioral algorithm that copies certain song aspects from parents or whatever. But that kind of copying is very limited. Like there will be a specific algorithm that does copying in a specific way. And the selection is typically missing there. And it's you don't have like the repeated copying, it's more like, you know, copy once and don't do selection. There is variation in that there can be copying errors because any physical process can have errors, so there's at least a little bit of potential for variation. It's also entirely possible that birdsong in some or all species is just inborn, given that I haven't looked it up. Right, BRB. So Birdsong is not something I would view as an idea. We can have ideas about it because ideas are extremely generic and you can have ideas about kind of anything. However, for a bird, I would expect Birdsong to be a lot more like the songs in video games like Ocarina of Time, where the software developer put in some notes and they're now saved in memory. So the game can play a song based on the notes saved in memory. It's looking up data on a hard disk or a cartridge or whatever, and then a behavioral algorithm controls behavior while taking into account the data. The harmony of interest is interesting in terms of animals because one of the things you'd have to explain, like if I was wrong about everything, is okay, well now what? Because animals are not capable of living in a liberal society and interacting for mutual benefit and doing division of labor and cooperation and so on. That's one of the issues with binary intelligence. Like if animals were on the good side of the binary intelligence, then they would be able to understand things like crime and participate in society and like not steal people's stuff and not maul people and so on. If a non-binary view of intelligence were correct, if I were persuaded of that, then you'd have somewhat of a dilemma of like what does it take to participate in civilized society, and like if animals are below the cutoff, like if you need more than 30 IQ in order to participate in civilization and animals only have like 20 IQ, then you have a bit of a problem there. It's like maybe they can sort of think or suffer a little bit on the continuum view, but not enough to join society. And then what do you do about that?
Quick question about the Birdsong.
Hold on. You're way too quiet. Let me turn you up all the way. Try again.
I have a question about the birds. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you some, but you're pretty quiet.
Okay, what about this volume?
All right, I can hear you.
So in regards to you said the Birdsong, it's kind of like they have certain notes that's programmed into them, and when they want to sing for like mating rituals or whatever, like they just kind of like source or
You just sort of cut out, or it got like distorted. So
my question is,
Birdsong notes programmed into them.
yeah, and then it goes into like some sort of input algorithm, right?
Okay.
So how does the word creativity like play into like animals? Like
I don't think animals have
is
creativity.
so it's like they just go through like some sort of different patterns, like some sort of shuffling of which patterns to play.
Yeah, there can be a computer algorithm that could generate like different note sequences or something, like you can write something like that.
So it's kind of like the illusion of creativity, kind of like how an AI program that makes it so like these little guys like have legs, and then over thousands of generations they learn how to like run. How that's an illusion of like intelligence. Is it the same thing with the birds, that's an illusion of creativity and how they use the notes?
Well, I don't know if there's much of an illusion with the birds. They're very, very repetitive. It doesn't really look like creativity to me.
Oh, I see. Well, how would you like define the creativity then? Like, and why is it not related to animals? I'm just kind of confused on that.
Well, I think creativity is the ability to think like new and different thoughts, which is basically the ability to learn, which is intelligence.
Because earlier you said intelligence is like the ability to create knowledge, right?
Yeah, so I think creativity is the same issue again. I don't think there's a separate issue there.
So creativity is just kind of like the gauge of intelligence?
It's kind of like a synonym.
Okay.
You can also use it in a different word because people will say like Joe is more creative than Sue, which means that he's less conformist, sort of. Like there's some sort of area of knowledge where he's doing things that are more original and unique.
Because I always thought in objectivist terms that creativity means more like how good at you are at abstracting, or like, you know what I'm saying, like that's reserved for
Yeah, that's a fairly common word usage. Creativity in terms of being good at reasoning and so on, so you can actually come up with interesting ideas, like analyze them in a good way.
Yeah, because I've had this argument before with the animal thing, and they use that word a lot. They use creativity with animals, like how they are using like preordained patterns in new ways. But
that kind of issue though
that
only comes up for an intelligent being. Like first you have to be intelligent, and then you could be like more or less creative when creative is a description of different types of thinking processes.
So they're like
just like you can be
dropping,
more or less artistic.
Yeah, but will that be accurate? Like they're context dropping, like they're dropping the context of them being intelligent in the first place by jumping to, well, what's the gauge of the creativity of this animal, so that you skip one
well, I
step.
don't know if it's context dropping. I think they have different premises, so they're coming at it from a different perspective. I think that they look at animals like crows, and there's videos of crows on YouTube that like solve some sort of simple puzzle, and they think, well, that shows creativity, which is, it's a perfectly reasonable starting place. Like I think it's naive in that they don't have a bunch of relevant expert knowledge, but just from like a basic simple perspective, it seems like a reasonable guess.
And so when animals develop, like the bird song, like after thousands and thousands of years, they'll probably develop like a new song. That still isn't intelligence because that's just evolution, right?
So I don't know exactly how bird songs work, but if a bird song was developed by genetic evolution, if there was a mutation that caused a bird to sing differently, and then that bird had a lot of grandchildren and so on, and the mutation spread through the gene pool, then that would be not creativity because it would be from biological evolution. And the word
the only way
creativity
it's
only
possible,
refers to mental evolution?
right? So the only way that they change is by mutation. It's never just a singular animal ever making.
You might have cut out, but I would say
Oh,
animals don't make decisions. They just follow their algorithm. However, the algorithm can have like random variance in it.
and evolution doesn't make decisions either.
Right.
It's just kind of
Decisions
like,
refer to an intelligent mind thinking about like different options and making a decision. Like
yeah,
calculators don't make decisions.
yeah, because I see a lot with evolution. People think that it has like or like a direction, or like the misconception of the survival of the fittest, where you can see animals like the nautilus and that one like crab thing that has never changed for millions of years because it's stuck on like an edge that it can't cross, like a steep hill in evolution, kind of like how docking.
Yeah, I know what you mean. He talks about it in Climbing Mount Improbable. It is a
Yeah.
local optima.
Oh, okay, that's what.
Like the way the animal is more effective for survival and replication than any variants that only change a little bit. So it can't change because all the changes make it worse. However, if it were able to change a lot, then there would be better opportunities. It could be a more effective kind of animal. But evolution only goes like small steps at a time. So when something is too much of a local optima and there's like no nearby mutations that would actually make things better, then it can get stuck. Evolution doesn't think ahead and be like, well, if I made like these 8 steps in a row, then that would be good. Which is what people can do because we have better control over our selection pressure. We can say like, I know that this isn't good, but like let's go a few more steps and see if we got somewhere good. We can like temporarily suspend our criticism and give an idea extra consideration if we suspect there might be a local optima problem.
All right, well, I just wanted to just clear that up. I gotta go now.
All right, later.
All right, bye.
Greetings.
Yo.
Okay, well, I think this works at least. Good to
You're pretty quiet, by the way. I wonder if my Discord is not on like max volume or something. Oh, output volume, yeah, it's on like half. Oh, that's 100%.
testing,
Well, I'm just gonna
testing.
generically turn this up a bit. Because I found like most people are too quiet. Anyway, alright. Did you notice differences in how I debated compared to how you debated?
I'm thinking about that. Well, I mean, one thing is I mean, yes, but it was very truncated, so it's.
It wasn't like that truncated. It was just they never really wanted to talk about the actual issues, but we talked for like half an hour or something.
Okay.
Yeah, Bryn was more similar to Abby, but AY was different to deal with.
Yeah, so the conceding of the well, but see, so yes, in that you tried to concede the Bree point, but they kind of wouldn't let you really. But an attempt was made.
They thought in principle was a dodge. I'm like, sure, if Bree's not intelligent, then can't suffer, no rights, etc. Like by premise.
Right.
But they didn't want to deal with the nuance of incomplete information. I took pauses, which I think they didn't like. Like, I would pause for like 2 seconds before answering a question, and they'd already be talking again, and like, what's your answer, etc. That was my sort of general impression.
You took a fairly long pause at one point that I noticed, like significantly longer than 2 seconds.
Right, right. That makes sense. Sounds right. They're
Like
very
maybe like 10 or 15 seconds.
I mean, do they want me to think about my answer or not? Because it seemed like AY just wanted me to. He just wants to get the wrong words out of me so that he can yell at me.
Right. Yeah. It was. I mean, the whole dynamic once AY jumped in, it was very different. Like Rat and I actually had a conversation with Huffy, not like a profane, one-sided screaming match. Yeah, that was weird. That whole thing. I don't know. I thought you handled it well and calmly, but it's like he was coming on very strong.
Hold on a sec. I'm gonna try messing with the volume. So I'm gonna turn you way down and see if it actually makes a difference.
Okay.
Alright, say something. Oh yeah, I can't hear you at all now. Let me turn this back up a bit. Now say something.
Jay's still in here.
Oh yeah, you're super quiet. Okay, so it does work. That was just, I wanted to make sure the volume setting was actually affecting my earbuds.
That makes sense.
Cause see on the loopback version, I have it turned down like 10 decibels because you're actually really loud. But for me hearing it, you're still on the quiet side. So there seems to be like a significant difference between what I'm hearing in my earbuds and what is being broadcast to the stream. There's quite a bit of variability. I was watching a video or something, I had to turn it up to like no negative on this setting. But then like with Justin, I had to turn it like super down. I just estimate based on whether it's going into the red. Oh yeah, someone mentioned blurry video earlier. If you set the resolution manually, I think that helps.
Yeah, sometimes just refreshing the stream. I don't know how much I like push to talk on iPhone.
Yeah, so if you take it off of auto and you put it on 1080p 60, it will help a lot with it becoming temporarily blurry. I think that's actually usually the problem, is that the auto decided that your bandwidth was low and then turned the quality down temporarily and then turned it back up a little later. So if you just force it to 1080p, then it should help. Yeah, I don't have a lot of specifically voice debate practice, but I do have a lot of like talking about ideas practice. But whenever I was like trying to talk about ideas, they're just like rambling. They didn't want to listen. And that was Bryn too. That was not just ask yourself. Like Bryn was not really interested in hearing like a couple paragraphs worth of ideas. Like if you look at my post, this one, animal welfare and the problem of design. Like there's no way I was going to be able to explain this to them in voice either. Like they don't want to read it, but they also were not going to let me like tell them this much stuff without interrupting and just like listen, or only interrupt to ask like clarifying questions or something, you know what I mean? Like they just didn't want that much information in any format.
Right, they just wanted you to concede something dumb so that, you know, they could humiliate you, I guess.
Yeah, he thinks he can humiliate me by putting up a video of him yelling profanity at me.
Yeah, I don't get it.
He's just like, on my server where I have priority push to talk, he sat there and took it like a bitch. And I'm like, oh, lol. I don't even know how that stuff works. Like, can only one person talk at once, or is that a setting or something? It seemed like a couple times I talked while he was talking and like people didn't even hear me or something. But he really did not want me to get a word in edgewise. Like he would interrupt me whenever he wanted, but I was not allowed to interrupt him and like, you know, say my thing.
Yeah, and he was like non-interactive on questions, and it was, you know, even, I don't know, like I've seen like some streamers and stuff that are more social. I guess it's more conservative type or liberty type people, but like that was just a whole other tier than, like, I know that type of thing exists. It wasn't like my first encounter, but it's just like kind of alien to my experience, you know, for a long time.
He's like Sneer Club on Reddit, or those Hugo and Jake people that I got banned from their Discord.
Yeah. It's weird. I don't know.
Well, one versus one debate.
It's a drooling beast.
With ask yourself, I think 1 versus 1 wouldn't really help. Like most of the time, it was 1 versus 1. Like I was only really talking to one person at one. Like ask yourself or Bryn sort of took turns. So it wasn't like I was getting overwhelmed with like, you know, someone argues with me, and then instead of me responding, someone else argues with me, and then instead of me responding, like a third person chimes in. Like I didn't have that problem. They were sort of going one point at a time for their side and then asking me to respond. It was just they kept asking the same questions over and over, and I would answer, and then they like didn't understand my answer, and they kept asking it. Like I repeatedly told them that Bree and the cow have different genes, so that's a difference. And they're like, but what's the asymmetry? I'm like, well, I'm not symmetry breaking them on intelligence. It's a different issue. Like I agree with you in principle that the intelligence asymmetry doesn't exist there. And then they're like, oh, you said there's no symmetry breaker, but also your position is that you named a trait to break the symmetry. And that's how they wanted to catch me out. But my trait naming was not the one. I didn't want to use my trait as why I treat Bree differently. Bree is a special case, and I'm going to handle it with a different reasoning. Which is principled. Like, there are principles about how to act in the face of incomplete information, but they did not want to get into that kind of detail.
Right.
And they just sort of thought I was unprincipled or something.
They just wanted to pwn you. Yeah.
And they
Yeah,
wanted to go on
like
long, irrelevant rants too.
What you just said on voice just now was like 10 levels of nuance deeper than they wanted to go ever, I think.
Yeah, and I just remembered they wouldn't let me like talk for very long, but there were a couple times where they wanted to like explain like something they think, and I was like, yeah, I get it, I agree with you, but that's not the issue. And they just kept talking. They're like, let me explain this. I'm gonna say this one time, and then he like talks for 30 seconds and like won't let me get a word in edgewise.
Right.
It was where he defined like in principle. He's like, when people keep making the same error, you have to give it a name, and then you can just say in principle, and it's faster. And he like went off on this long rant. I'm like, right, but you're just not getting my point. That's He wasn't debating whether what I said was right, and he wasn't like analyzing it. He was just like assume it's wrong, and assume that every time we say the words in principle, it means you were wrong again.
Right.
That's what he wanted.
He was just sort of explaining his like ad hominem attack on you at length, at unnecessary length.
It's like, okay, define poisoning the well as whenever Curi speaks, and then whenever he speaks, we'll just say poisoning the well, and it'll save a lot of time.
Yeah. Yeah, and the explanation was sort of, I don't know, like to give it this veneer of like, oh, well, he said what he's doing, so it's like discussion? Question mark? I don't know, man. I don't get it.
Yeah, and they certainly don't want to talk about non-edge cases, like comparing the typical person to the typical cow. It's like, if we compared the easier cases, we could figure out whether we can agree on anything. Like, it's easier to start with the easier cases, kind of by definition.
Well, but so the thing is that then they'd have to, because part of the issue is sort of obstinacy about not wanting to follow, like your point about human genes and humans in general being different. Like, I think you might have explained how in the general case humans are intelligent and like cows are not, and you can judge this by behavior like 5 or 6 times. Like you said it more than once for sure, but they were just like not processing that. So then to consider the typical human, they might like allow themselves to see more of that perspective, and so then they'd be in a pickle.
Yeah, but like, if you don't understand how to apply my analysis to the easier cases, then you also don't understand how to apply my analysis to the harder cases, so not a good approach.
Well, that's just sophistry.
Yeah, rat in future. The other person, the rat from the server, he was just playing devil's advocate, like he's non-vegan. So that was part of what was going on there. Like, he wasn't actually arguing with me.
They were just
trying to repeat some of the stuff that Avi said to him.
What was the renaming thing, man? That was just like high school bullying. Like, Jesus.
Yeah, he's pretty petty.
Like, seriously. I was amazed.
Well, but he wants to broadcast how he won at logic. Like, you saw what he changed our names to. They were like logical formulas. He's like,
right.
He really wants the social signal that he's better than us at logic, and the reason we're non-vegan is we don't know logic.
Right. No, it's interesting. It's an interesting sort of niche of like social climbing there.
Yeah. I watched like a small amount of a couple of his videos, and there's one where the basic point of the video is that he caught someone out because he asked them like, do you know propositional logic? And they were like, yeah. And then he's like, what's the biconditional operator? And then they were like, Then he was like, don't Google it. And they were like, And like, he caught them out, but it was just being mean, and the theme was, you don't know logic, that's why you disagree with me. And the way it came up is he was saying like, you're being illogical. And then, he was trying to catch the guy out, similar to how he was trying to catch me out. And so he's like, do you know logic was like his next step. It's like, I think you're being illogical, and then the next step is, do you know logic, and like, have you studied it? And then he's going to try to catch you out as like a not a proper expert.
Right.
And if you say no, he's going to say, well, that's why you disagree with me. You should learn logic. So it's like a trap.
Right. And if you actually do know it, then he could just kind of ignore it and be like, okay, well, that's good. So moving on. Like you won't gain much if you can pass the test and you lose either.
Yeah, the ending was so stupid though. He's just like, did you say X? And I'm like, I think I said words similar to X. You don't have an exact quote. And he wouldn't take that. And he's like, did you say X? Yes or no?
Right.
He kept asking, he was like, do you remember? I'm like, I think I said something similar. Yes, I do remember.
Right.
I don't remember the exact words, but I remember.
And it's like, dude, if you care so much about, getting people to concede exact quotes, maybe you don't do fucking voice. Like,
I know, I tried to ask him that. I was like, if you want to use quotes, can we move to text? He just ignored me.
Right. He's like, oh, are you gonna make me like check the video? It's like, well, you chose to do voice, so if you want to do that, that's like the whole thing is kind of on you, bro.
I mean, I wasn't making him check the video though. I'm like, I said something similar to that. Like, I grant that it's not the exact words, but sure, go ahead. Like, carry on with your argument. I'm not going to deny it.
Right.
I said words similar to those. Close enough.
Right.
Like, I think you're misunderstanding or taking out of context or something, but he didn't want to talk about that either, though. I'm like, I think you're misunderstanding what I meant, and he's like, did you say it, yes or no? Symmetry and binary. I don't know a good source for learning about those. Both of those are pretty simple, though, so, like, I can explain the main ideas. Binary means yes or no, 1 or 0. Like, it means there are exactly two options, and it's one or the other. Like, black and white is a binary distinction. Whereas if there are shades of gray, it's non-binary because there's more than two options. It can be black, dark gray, very dark gray, light gray, white. So you have like a continuum of many options. You can further differentiate. It can be binary, meaning exactly two options, or it can have a continuum, which means as many options as the real numbers, which is infinity. Or you can have infinitely many, but in terms of integers. Or you can have a finite number, like there's exactly 100 options and no more. So things with like, say, 3 or 4 options are often kind of like binary. It's a similar kind of thing versus the things with like unlimited options and shades of gray. And then for symmetry, it means two things are the same in some way. And an asymmetry is a way that two things are different. There's many different types of symmetry because you can compare things in different ways. So like you can say those two dogs are symmetrical in terms of color because they're both orange. But then the dogs are asymmetrical in terms of size because one's bigger than the other one. So the name the trait vegan argument, their basic point is, what is the asymmetry, just meaning the difference between humans and animals, that is relevant to whether we can slaughter the animals and farm them and stuff? And then my answer is intelligence is a difference. And then their answer is like, what about an unintelligent human? And then I'm like, okay, so they're not intelligent, so no rights, etc. And they're like, so then, if you walked up to Bree in the park, would you just like kill them, assuming it wasn't going to be a property crime? Which they don't mention, but I think that's what they mean. To which my answer is, if I see Bree in the park, I don't have full information. Like if you say by premise, just like assume something is not intelligent, then I can confidently tell you, okay, sure, we can like destroy it. But if I meet Bree in the park, I'm not going to be 100% sure Bree's not intelligent. So I don't want to kill Bree on the off chance that my initial impression of not intelligent is wrong, because it's not that easy to tell. I've used the Helen Keller example a couple times, because there were people who like doubted she could learn before she learned. And then their answer to that was basically, you're biased for the human species. What do human genes have to do with it? Which I think is quite a simple issue, but they didn't really get past that. Human genes guide and cause the development of the human brain. They're the thing in charge of that. They're like the design plans, the schematics for the human brain. Whereas cows have different genes with different schematics, so it's like, yes, the schematics can go wrong in rare cases. So the difference is, with a human, not being intelligent is like the rare exception where there's a major glitch. Whereas with a cow, there's no sign there's ever been an intelligent cow. So I don't feel the need to be like extra careful with a cow, but I do with human genes.
And not recognizing the general typical case of humans versus cows. That does seem to be an issue of not just different premises, but of context dropping to me, because even on different premises, you do have to grant that like there is, I guess it depends on the precise premises, but like humans do, there are differences, whether, like if you're on maybe if you're on an intelligence of continuum thing, you could say, well, there's differences, but there's still a bunch of animals that are above some critical threshold or something. But like to not even consider the differences it seems like context dropping. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think they were being very reasonable. I think, yeah, even with degrees of intelligence instead of binary, you ought to be able to see, like, okay, most humans have a high degree of intelligence. When we think a human has a low degree of intelligence, we shouldn't be 100% confident. Like, we can treat that as, it looks like low intelligence, but we're not confident enough to kill them.
Right.
Like, that seems like something they should just find reasonable. And then what they should say back is, well, don't cows look like low intelligence, but are you really confident enough? What, maybe they're high intelligent,
Right.
Which would get the debate back to, are cows intelligent? Is there any sign they've ever been intelligent at all? Do you have any videos of cows doing intelligent behavior? Because I can show you videos of humans doing intelligent behavior. Not of Bree, but, most human. And then if you don't have that for cows, we're back to having a difference in asymmetry.
So yeah, the denial of the typical human case, or just ignorance, or just not wanting to acknowledge it or see it as a significant point, seems important to at least some animal rights advocates' worldview, which is maybe why a lot of them aren't. There's some. I know you in your debates you encountered like some perspective of like humans aren't all that great, like when you're going different places. So
yeah, that was a very common response on Reddit, as like, they're like, okay, well, you're saying that an animal's like a robot. Well, isn't a human like a robot? Maybe we should just be able to kill all the humans. Except they didn't say the second half. Like, not just Bree, kill every human seemed to be their argument. They're like, deny that. And I'm like, you don't seem to have a, like, coherent position, because you don't actually believe that. You're just throwing arguments out there.
Right.
Anyway, yeah, when you watch the video, keep in mind that Bree died recently, and the mother thinks that she has talked with Bree via a medium. So the mother is a very unreliable narrator who has no clue what science is. And this is the quality of evidence they use. And this particular video, we didn't pick this one. This is the one they linked us to. And half the video, like, Bree's not even in the shot. It's just like the mother's like in the kitchen making some food and being like, this is the food I make for Bree. I'm like, okay, this is not convincing me right now. But there were other scenes where it looks like Bree might just be like a total zombie kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's like a few scenes chosen by the mother, like, you can't trust it either.
Right.
And like the mom's like seeking
what
sympathy.
sort of
She's
medications
like, look what I have to deal
on?
with. Yeah, is Bree on medications that like screw with her brain? I have no idea. But yeah, you could get people a little like that if you just put enough like psych drugs in their system. Like in mental hospitals, like they're like, this person keeps rebelling and being annoying and asking questions. Let's just up their dosage. And then they just like sit around and don't do much.
Right. Or if I have a migraine, I could just kind of be moaning in my bed for a few hours. I wouldn't be very. If you pick my worst moments, So yeah, who knows how representative that video even was. Superficially, she did seem, not not a lot going on there, but
Neurotech, like, are you asking if Neurotech could tell us anything about Bree? I don't know. I don't know if Bree has been brain scanned. I don't know what they've done to try to investigate. Like, they did not link me to a video of neuroscientists talking about Bree and saying what experiments they did. They linked me to a video of Bree's totally unscientific mother talking about Bree. Yeah, it could be relevant. Like, if you see that like a section of the brain never lights up at all, like there's never electrical activity in that like area of the brain, that would be like relevant evidence to indicate there's something like majorly broken about Bree. So that would be
or if the brain is like super tiny or something.
If she's not intelligent, there's going to be like major hardware damage of some sort, you would expect.
Right.
So finding the hardware damage is an indication that maybe not intelligent. But I don't think with current science that we could get to the point where I'd be like confident enough to kill Bree. Like, there's not that many Brees in the world, so I think just err on the side of caution. We can afford it. And they do, I know that Bree was genetically sequenced and has a chromosomal deletion. And there's like a particular disease it's associated with. I forgot the name, some syndrome. So like other people have had a similar thing, but I think Bree had a larger deletion or something, so it caused greater brain damage. So it was like a much more severe case. But we do know that there's like a major actual hardware problem involved. I wish they had an example that wasn't terrible, like for a Bree type case or for animals. Like, I've got my digger wasp and my squirrel, what do they have? Like, a cow stuck its head through a fence? Is that it? Like, they didn't even bring up like orcas or dolphins or something. Or like apes
I think
either.
somebody said something about cows like listening to music or something.
Like, cows react to sound? That's not an impressive... Yes, cows have ears, and their behavioral algorithms do, in fact, take sound as input.
Oh, but humans react to sound too, so...
Okay, yes, that is a symmetry. We both react to sound. You got me.
And like, a person can enjoy sounds, and so can a cow, therefore.
Oh, wait. I'm not acknowledging that a cow enjoys sounds. I'm only acknowledging that it behaves, that it branches its behavior in response to sounds. Like, it will behave one way if there's a sound and a different way if there's not a sound. Like, just like a calculator will behave one way if you type in a 2, and a different way if you don't type in a 2.
Sounds like sophistry.
No, seriously, take your calculator out, bro. Alright, type like 3 plus 3, and then don't type plus 2, and then it's going to say 6. Right, and then you do it again, and you type 3 plus 3, and you do type plus 2, and then it's going to say 8, so it's going to be different. Proof. I have not heard the dolphin net one. But I understand dolphins will like follow ships around. They're not scared of all other creatures. They don't just avoid everything. You can like swim with dolphins or something. I don't see that sort of behavior indicates intelligence though. Mating of bluehead wrasse. Phenotypic sexual selection means they're saying they identified something that genes control. And that there's selection pressure on the genes of a certain type. Anyways, I'm not sure exactly what the argument is, but I think this is genetically controlled behavior algorithms that have survival and replication fitness value. And I think it's just created by genetic evolution. I'm not seeing here an indication that there is evolution of ideas in the mind of the wrasse, which I'm guessing is a type of bird. Oh, it's a fish. Rip. Sounded kind of like a bird name. Okay, but what's the actual argument from this to intelligence or mental evolution? Animals do a lot of complex behavior, But I think that's because genetic evolution is capable of creating complex stuff. Like, I think it speaks to the value and importance of genetic evolution. The issue here seems to be about competing for mating sites. I don't know what that has to do with memes. Is it because of, like, quote, female preferences? Because they can be, like, genetically programmed to mate with larger males or males with brighter colors or whatever else. No word tradition. Not sure what you mean. So animals behave differently when they're in distress. They have sort of like emergency routines where something's wrong. They don't just want to go about with their normal behavior. They vary their behavior in some ways that have evolutionary survival value where it might help solve the problem or do something about it. I think that's the general category of what's going on in the video. But also dolphins like will swim up to or near people sometimes anyways. Like, the dolphin didn't really do anything special. Like, it swam around. That's kind of what it normally does. It stopped for a bit. Like, I get that they're trying to infer, like, the dolphin understood it had a certain problem, understood the nature of the problem, understood that the human could help, understood, like, that the human was getting scissors out, and so on. But I think that that behavior could happen without all of that understanding, just due to something like generic rules of thumb for behavior found in the genes. Oh yeah, the music in the video definitely was not random background music. It was thematic with the impression they were trying to give. It's just like the background music in movies reinforces the themes, like, you know, sad music for sad scenes. Oh, they keep using the same sites over and over for 12 years. Okay, I got what you're saying. Yeah, so there's some sort of behavioral algorithm where they follow each other around, and then they record on their hard drive, like, this is a mating site. I don't know what the survival and replication value offhand of that algorithm is, but, like, maybe it helps avoid them spreading out all over the place and, like, keeps the community in a smaller area, like, just as a quick wild guess. But regardless of why that evolved, the behavior is fairly simple. Like, it does not exceed the capabilities of a video game character. Like, you can program a video game character, like some lemmings or whatever, that, like, follow each other around and then will, like, flock to places that other ones were already using rather than going to random places. Like, it wouldn't be very hard to code.
do we actually think that is the only bar that Matt is making, or do you think he's just sort of making a point that unless it's actually bad enough, then whatever bad enough to Matt is, then he might not find it an obligation? In general, ask yourself should be steel manning, because if he actually had this conversation with Matt and he brought up that counter argument, Matt would just call him an idiot for taking it that literally.
Of course, we should stop doing that. The problem is that I'm not convinced it's the case. Other people are.
Why would we have to show that that's the case? It's going to kill everybody. It could be something not as bad as literally killing everybody and still be clearly morally wrong. Unless that is actually your bar.
See, now, I don't understand why he's saying unless that's actually your bar. That is the argument that ask yourself is arguing against, but then he's also considering that it's not his actual bar. So why not take the most steelman version? Right? Times two this. I'm going to safely assume that that's not Matt Dillahunty's bar, right? It doesn't literally have to kill everybody. He probably is just talking about negative consequences. Ask yourself.
Well, there's no indication there of an idea that replicates with variation and selection to create more evolved ideas over time, as opposed to simply a genetically programmed behavioral algorithm, which is capable of writing data to disk and looking it up again later. They seem to have some code that says, if you don't know where mating sites are yet, like if you haven't written to disk good mating sites, then you follow other females around, and then you see where they do mating, and then you use those as your mating sites. So instead of the animal being programmed to find mating sites itself, it's programmed to follow other animals around and then use those mating sites. I think that's the basic thing. That actually makes sense. Like, you can see why an animal would be programmed to not do a search for mating sites itself. It could be cheaper, like less energy and whatever, and safer, that just follow some other females around and use their mating sites rather than doing a search. So a meme is not any time information is written to disk and used later. There seem to be a lot of confusions about that. But like, suppose you have a Roommba, and it's which is like a little vacuum cleaner robot that like goes around your room and like wanders around. So it can bump into walls and furniture and stuff, and then it can save to disk the information, like there's a furniture at this place, like you can't vacuum this place. It saves a sort of map of the room of these are the areas to vacuum and these are the areas where there's walls and furniture, don't go there. So then later its behavior, where it moves, is based on that map, so it bumps into furniture and walls less. That's not memes, that's just storing data on disk. Just like a save game in a video game. Saving some data and then looking it up again later is not memes. Memes are a more complicated thing where there are replications of the information with variation and selection, not just, you know, save a map data and then look up the map data later. Right, internet. I think sound is the relevant thing, not music, because they have ears. Ears hear all sounds. It's not just music that cows react to.
Alright, hey everybody.
Oh, it lost my place. YouTube sucks. Let's just go to the middle. Yeah, YouTube's kind of ridiculous. Like, I go to comment, and it makes me sign in and then forgets my place. Like, they can do better than that. I've coded websites before. You can save people's place. when doing a sign-in. It was pretty common. Oh, Uchi commented on this video. Alright, this is a small enough channel for that to get noticed, probably. Maybe.
Right, so this is like the lack of a social contract, or the lack of, well, it's more specifically the lack of humanity, but it just talks about sort of our social obligations, or how we develop morally.
Now, obviously, if we were just saying that it's fine to discriminate against other species, then we'd get hilarious conclusions.
Right, so
like,
it's not discriminating against other species.
See, he thinks I was doing that I was just discriminating on species ground when I said Bree has human genes and a cow doesn't. He didn't understand, like, why it was relevant.
Species. That is not what the view is. The view is, I'm going to take care of humans, right? It doesn't mean that.
Yes, internet. I talked with Ask Yourself like half hour into the stream, maybe. That kind of ballpark. And with Bryn. Bryn was a lot better to talk to. He wasn't like yelly and profane. Ask Yourself is like really a bully though. He's very controlling and just like do what I say immediately.
Mean that other species have done something wrong. And
yeah, by the way, if anyone has like debate tips, I'm interested. Like, you know, comments on and criticism of how I handled the voice debate. It was quite a rude introduction to voice debating. It was sort of like they wanted to say to me, you're right, text debates are better. You should stick to those.
And therefore we need to punish them. It's just that I belong to a species, or you know, the species that I grew up with, that I'm connected to, and I feel an extra obligation to take care of them.
The Death Star blew up Alderaan, that was just, you know, completely ethical, those weren't humans.
Right, again, this would fall under social contract. So for some reason, he's assuming this list is exhaustive, even though he knows it isn't.
Well, yeah, I'm sure he's anti-liberal. Like, the whole vegan community, not the whole one, but like most of it is very left-wing. So they're like, quote liberal, quote progressive, but anti-classical liberal, anti-freedom, pro-big government, etc. There are a bunch of like environmentalists and socialists and probably some Keynesians.
You know,
I thought how you took your time in responding was very good. Contrary to my normal inclinations, I probably would have gone more, like, way more meta way earlier in the discussion. Like, you actually kept trying to have the discussion.
Yeah.
Which, like, I respect, because that's the conversation you wanted to have. But, like, and it's possible that when I encounter people who are being assholes, like, I'll go meta too early. But, like, they were just doing such bullshit with calling you a sophist and stuff that I would have probably said something about that directly, like, really early. I don't know what you think about that.
Well, I did ask yourself, if he's just going to yell profanity at me, I'm not going to talk with him. And then he yelled profanity at me a second time, and then I muted him.
Right.
And then I just literally didn't hear what he said for a while. There were like these long silences where I assumed he was talking.
Right.
Like, at first I was like, okay, well, he'll probably stop talking to me now. But then later, like, Bryn stopped talking. I'm like, oh shit, Ask Yourself is talking, isn't he? He's giving like a 1-minute rant. And I have no idea what he just said. And they're going to expect me to, like, answer his question. Like, this is actually going to be awkward. Bryn's going to be like, well, what's your answer? And I'm going to be like, what's the issue? And he'll be like, are you deaf? But they actually did figure it out. They were like, wait, did you mute Ask Yourself?
I guess they didn't, like, expect that.
I'm not too surprised by that, but
I just think it's funny because, like, I don't know, like, if somebody like you actually
I told him I was done talking to him. I was like, bye.
Yeah, like,
So
and, like, in the face of what he'd given you, like, I probably would have said something before muting him, like, stronger than that. So, you know, like, it's kind of funny that they wouldn't expect that you just muted him.
Yeah, I mean, I said I wasn't going to talk to him further, so I figured whatever he said, I could just, like, ignore him, you know, so it doesn't actually matter if I muted him or not.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, if he wants to ban me because I don't want to talk to him anymore, he can do that.
Yeah, I was just like, go ahead, ban me, whatever. They did, lol.
He was, he's like, if you're ever going to answer the question, come back. Just, like, PM a mod to get unbanned. It's such a ridiculous system. Like, if you want me to ever be able to come back, just don't ban me.
Right, yeah, just, like, I guess it's just more like social controlling
give me,
of,
like,
like,
a
you have
role.
to initiate.
Give me the, like, we're done with you role, and then make it so I'm, like, you know, exiled to a single channel where I can say, okay, I'll answer your questions, and then they can, like, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, that would make sense.
Just,
That
like,
would make more sense.
direct message a mod because you're on a shared server or something. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, that is a retarded system.
And then, of course, he banned me from the shared server, Avi's, so...
Right.
Because I said that I didn't want to talk with someone unless they were willing to be semi-polite. So that was too much of an insult for him to handle, apparently. He has a very thin skin. That's common with bullies.
Yeah.
Like, they're very aggressive, like, if you attack them at all.
Yeah. Yeah, he was just, like, screaming at me in text, like, as bad as he had been yelling at you in voice, like, calling me, like, a fucking idiot and stuff, just, like, way over the top.
Well, Ming, my plan when I unmuted him was, first of all, I thought that he might not talk to me because I know that some Discord servers have rules like you can't mute admins because if they need to give you, like, a, you know, official moderator warning, you have to be able to hear it, so you don't, like, miss that kind of thing. Like, I think that kind of thing is reasonable, so, like, don't mute admin policies, I actually, like, sympathize with in general. So for that reason, I thought if they're just saying, like, you can't mute him, like, because he's an admin, that's fine. But if he kept swearing at me, I was going to immediately, like, leave. like say, okay, well, I'm not allowed to mute him, and he's swearing at me, so I'm just gonna leave the channel, you know? But I unmuted him, and then he did talk, which was unfortunate, but he did not swear at me again. He was being like reasonably civil. So that's why I tried talking with him again. I gave him a second chance. It wasn't like that big a deal. Because he actually changed behavior. So like he stopped doing the thing I muted him over, so it's like good enough to like talk to him for a couple more minutes. It's not that big a deal. But yeah, I was planning to protect the purpose of the mute, so like, if he kept swearing at me, I was gonna leave the channel or mute him again, one of those. But I wasn't gonna like sit there and take it. The thing he did after that though, where he was like, answer the question, yes or no, and like talked over me a bunch. It was like dumb, but it was not the same level of dumb where I refused to speak to him.
Moral problem. You get like pretty hilarious conclusions if that's your view. So I highly doubt that Matt would say that it's morally neutral to fucking genocide an entire planet with a death.
I doubt it as well.
Yeah, so the video is like too quiet when I turn it down enough for Justin. It's kind of a clash. Hard to get like all the different audio levels lined up correctly for different apps. And maybe loopback would help with that. I mean, temporarily at least. Yeah, so I could like lower the volume in a particular thing. I wish they had like volume overdrive here, so I could like raise it above 100%, but
well, because he would be able to establish a social contract with them. I don't know how you forgot a point that you put 2 points up here.
I doubt that it's just species per se that makes the difference for him.
I would not species per se. You have another thing right here.
To know what it is in addition to species. What is like the sufficient criteria to justify discriminating against.
Well, you want to know what the second criteria is.
See, this is the thing. He wants to get a single criterion, like species or intelligence, and then only talk about that one. But I have different criteria for different purposes, which is apparently too nuanced for them to understand. It's like, if the question is X, my answer is I'll do it based on species, but if the question is Y, then I won't do it based on species.
It's right fucking there. When you had a conversation about social contract, you acknowledged that it wasn't just social contract, it was also
Yeah,
species.
that's what I was going on about before with my like legal standard comparison, where it's like, well, if you're trying to figure out, if you ask me whether somebody's guilty, like in my opinion, that's one thing.
Oh yeah, I
remember that. If you're asking me, well, yeah, should he go to prison? Like, is he legally guilty? That's a different answer. And then they're just like, was he guilty or not? What are you selfish? You're jumping around. You keep giving different answers. What do you?
It's like, if I met Bree, I might form the opinion, in my opinion, that Bree is not an intelligent human person, whatever. But that's not like a legal process.
Right. But like they just couldn't like count to 2 in terms of the number of principles they could consider at the same time. It was weird. I'm not.
Are you still talking? Because you went silent.
Hello?
Yeah?
Okay. Yeah, no, I was just saying it's like they could only, like you were saying, they could only consider one sort of principle or standard at a time. They couldn't get to 2.
Yeah, they're like, what's the asymmetry? And I'm like, which one? There's more than one. And they did not want to consider different types.
Right. And they thought it was obvious. There was one point where it was like they thought it was obvious what they were asking you, and it was obvious to me that it was. Like,
they were not good at culture clash, and I don't think they really wanted to be. They weren't like, okay, we have really different perspectives. There's going to be some confusion and misunderstanding here. We're going to have to like go slow. We're going to have to ask clarifying questions.
I remember when I was talking in text to Avi, and I was just sort of like,
I wanted to make a mind node, like, in real time while we're talking, or take notes or something. I was planning to do that.
Right,
but
right.
the debate was, like, really not of a nature for that to be relevant, because they just asked me my initial things over and over that were already in my blog post that I linked at the beginning that I don't think you read.
Yeah. Right.
I was like, so who wants to discuss? Link. And then we get in voice, and he's just sort of like, what's your position?
You're stuck at, like, level 0.
Oh, and freeze, by the way. Kristen McCord is not what I would call a good TCS person who you should trust the opinions of to have anything to do with TCS. I haven't like fully read the quote yet, but yeah, that it's not like this was written by David or something. And I was not thrilled with this first sentence. So one of the things is, if the parent believes this, and then they sacrifice because they believe in X case I should sacrifice, and this is X case, then it is their preference. It is their belief that that's what they should do. Like, that is a common preference, isn't it? That's what they want to do. They're voluntarily choosing it because they think it's best. So I think this is actually kind of self-contradictory. I mean, it's that, or it's like a contradictory person where they think this is like intellectually best, but I still dislike it or something. You know, they can have that kind of problem. I don't know what the perceived box is, but I think... Oh, life in a box. Anyways, I was going to just say that children often are in a position to find common preferences if they're not actually being suppressed by the parents. I think I remember reading David or someone saying... I forget who it was, but I read recently some quote that frequently, like, the child is the one who's, like, not rationally damaged, so often they can find common preferences when the parent's having a hard time. Which I think is true in general. Like, children can come up with a lot of solutions that their parents didn't think of, if they're allowed to. Oh, this is the quote, isn't it? It's directly above. Oh, so it was just unsourced. But when the parent's creativity is impaired, the child should easily take over, unless it is impaired by coercion. Which is why it's especially important for the child not to be coerced in areas where common preferences seem hard to find. That's the quote I had in mind, so I don't know the author. Oh, did one of my headphones just die? I've been on for quite a while. Oh, Bluetooth, wrong menu. Alright. My AirPods were about dead. It's been 4.5 hours. That's probably enough talking for now. Oh, yeah, I forgot to do that, Justin. So now they're at like 0% and 16%. Yeah, objectivism says sacrifice is bad. Oh, and Mingmecha, the other thing is, like, when he demanded a yes or no answer to the question, I decided that was, like, a line. I didn't want to give in on, like, 2 things partly, but mostly I just thought that one was, like, too unreasonable and I couldn't do it. So I got banned. I took the ban. But the unmuting him thing, yeah, I just thought that wasn't, like, too fundamentally unreasonable. It wasn't that big a deal. Given that unmuting did not imply I would actually listen to him ranting at me, which I didn't. I just listened to him being like, answer the question, which is like not the worst. Wait, what's a tip solution? What are you talking about? Oh, comply foam. You wanted a comply foam tip. I get it now. The brand. They do not make tips for this yet. Well, I found the default tips are fine. I have a blog comment. What? Oh. I assumed Justin muted my stream when he joined the voice chat so he wouldn't get an echo. And now that I left voice chat, he can't hear me. Yeah, I'm just gonna end stream pretty soon, so I wasn't really worried about fixing it. I've been on for a while. Oh, this higher order stuff is all about consciousness, whereas I was doing my best to leave consciousness out of the discussion. I think it's generally counterproductive, and if people would understand the argument not involving consciousness first, it would be a lot better. Like, you can try to learn about intelligence without talking about consciousness or suffering. And I think that's productive, and you'll actually learn something. And it puts you in a better position to discuss consciousness and suffering. It's another case of start with the easier stuff and deal with the harder stuff later. But a lot of them want to immediately bring up consciousness or suffering or whatever. So anyways, my position is not based on a theory of consciousness or a theory of suffering. Like, it's the primary thing is my theory of intelligence. I find theories of consciousness in general are just like terrible, useless, confusing, and unproductive. Anyways, yeah, we certainly didn't get to the point of discussing discussion methodology, appropriate ways of having a discussion. And like, for example, whether people should be required to answer particular questions or be banned with not just any answer, but a pre-selected set of answers chosen by their opponent, which really gets into the ballpark of putting words in someone else's mouth. Yeah, I had already said approximately yes. He seemed to want me to say exactly yes as the only answer he would accept. Or if I said no, then he would take it as like, no, not even approximately. Like, it seemed like the answer choices he wanted were, I said exactly that, or no, I didn't say approximately that, which is, you know, a false dichotomy. Which is one of the things I meant by saying it was an ambiguous question. And then another part of the ambiguity was between, when he says you said X, that's ambiguous between, on the one hand, you said the literal words X, and on the other hand, you said the concept X, like you said words that mean X. So the ambiguity between X as a concept and X as a string of words out of context that could possibly mean something else in a different context than what they will be assumed to mean in the default context was, his goal there was like, take it out of context, make it sound like a default contextual meaning in order to change the meaning in order to get a contradiction that was never intended. And his point from that was not going to have been, well, you should speak more precisely, you could work on your communication skills. That was not where he was going with that. Which would be a hard place to go, because it would be hard to say that I was the primary cause of the discussion being rushed and confused and so on. So if you want like more careful, rigorous communication, not only am I open to text discussion, but they could have slowed down a bit and they could have been more precise. Like, they asked me a bunch of variations of similar questions, and they were not being any more precise than I was, probably less. Anyway, so yeah, multiple ambiguities. Oh, hey, Freeze. Yeah, I got banned from Ask Yourself, and then also he banned us, me and Rat and Justin, from the Avi Discord. I don't know if Freeze is actually listening or not. Avi, he's a moderator on Avi's Discord. I don't know what Avi, I mean, he's friends with Avi. It's whatever. Like, I don't think Avi is a very promising person. Like, he was better to talk to one-on-one. He like associates with Ask Yourself, so he's not like that serious. Yeah, stream's almost over, but it's all archived. And Ask Yourself has promised that he will put it on his channel in order to humiliate me, so there will be 2 copies. In his copy, you'll be able to hear what he said during the parts where I had him muted, so if you're curious whether he was flaming more or what I missed, you could find out. I'm not gonna look, but if anyone bothers to check, feel free to like tell me a summary. I would take a text summary of that. Because I didn't really get to add anything to my mind node. That was sad. Well, okay, so the main thing they said was like, what's the difference? It was the killing Bree thing. I could add that to my blog or something. Well, internet, I didn't ask them to add to my mind node. Like, the discussion didn't really get to that point. It wasn't calm and cooperative. And when I tried to ask yourself whether he was interested in truth-seeking or a gotcha, he did not answer. He didn't want to talk about the meta issue of whether we're trying to figure out what's true or whether we're trying to attack and discredit each other. He did not want to participate in a cooperative endeavor, like adding nodes to my chart. He also hates reading, which I think is related to everything else. Maybe read above, you fucking demented idiot. Yeah, see, that's the type of person that Ask Yourself is. Is all our shit deleted, Freeze? Like, because I wrote a short summary of what happened in Avi's Discord channel. You can see it on stream, but is my, like, chat history deleted of everything I said today? I got a archive, like, last night, I think, maybe? Maybe it was the day before. I got an archive of Avi's server, but it's not fully up to date. That sucks. It's a fucking Discord default. When you ban someone, the default is to delete the last 24 hours of their messages. And you can change it to, like, all or none, but so it's typical that they just delete a bunch of data without really thinking about it because of default, so it's terrible. Yeah, so when I said there's no symmetry breaker in practice, what I was trying to say is I'm not using the symmetry breaker for this practical situation. I'm using a different thing, which you could call a different type of symmetry breaker, but I was calling it genes. Which they took completely the wrong way, but I told them genes already was the symmetry breaker, and they just asked me the question again and again. I was kind of confused about what they wanted. They seemed to treat genes as something else that wasn't a symmetry breaker, so I tried saying that. It's not a symmetry breaker, it's just genes, and yeah, they were also very confused about in practice versus in theory. Like, theory means, you know, given accurate or exact information. Like, whereas in practice means incomplete information, so it changes some things. It's like given given exact premises, we can do one thing, and then given uncertainty, we can do something else. Oh, it doesn't go oh, it goes all the way back. That's not a 2-hour limit. I don't know why, but that's cool. Anyway, BRYN lowercase, that's what I wanted to check. This is like some steel manning because they didn't even like say ignore property crime, but you know, I think that's kind of what they wanted. Okay, there we go. Alright, I'm done. Later, guys.